Digimon games always have been all over the place, some good, others bad, the rest being in between, but they were never up to the quality of, let's say, Pokemon. A lot of older heads know of the Pokemon-Digimon rivalry, me being one of them as I lived part of my childhood while both giants were competing over various categories. Video games, TV shows, merchandise, card games, and collectibles amongst others. Over time, Pokemon saw itself rise to ridiculous heights, making it the most lucrative franchise in the world, thus the winner in terms of popularity. But that doesn't mean Digimon was down for the count. Instead of trying to compete to no avail, the series took a step back, catering to its smaller but solid fanbase, managing to stay afloat as well because it's owned by Bandai and Toei Animation, two huge companies, both being in charge of their own branch. Bandai being responsible for the overall franchise and games, while Toei works on the anime, movies, and their related merchandise. So while overshadowed by the Pokemon Empire, Digimon would still enjoy modest success nonetheless. Growing up, I enjoyed many aspects of both series. Pokemon was interesting for its adventures, characters, and creatures, but Digimon also caught my attention for being similar yet different than its counterpart, all the while trying to appeal to an older audience, handling a bit more serious and suggestive themes Pokemon would not dare venture. Its merchandise would also be rewards from my mom when I do my school lessons right, so that might have swayed my opinion a bit, but it doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say is that while the rivalry between the franchises were building, I was in the corner of, why can't we have both? As much as they were similar, I found out their core was fundamentally different, making the comparison between the series ultimately interesting but irrelevant because their roots are so distant from one another. I'm not going to go over this aspect as I have a full game to go through, but you know, searching information to write a script on something that was a big part of your childhood unlocks many buried core memories. Anyway, the fact of the matter is that today, Digimon is more relevant than ever thanks to staying modest for so long, and since Pokemon is slowly losing its iron grip, it was the perfect time to release a great Digimon game, and damn did they not miss the mark. Digimon Story Time Stranger is the latest installment in the Digimon Story series, released on October 2nd, 2025 to a fanfare of fans and newcomers all praising the game for finally being an uncontested banger. A rare occasion when it comes to Digimon games. The Digimon Story series counts 7 titles, but out of those, only 5 saw an American release, and the first one we've got in 2006 and 2007 were rebranded under different names. The first to introduce the name Digimon Story was Cyber Sleuth, then followed by Hacker's Memory, and now Time Stranger. 3 games that could be considered the better games the series has seen in recent years, or at least the most consistent, along with some other good titles such as Digimon World Next Order, helping the franchise pick up steam and rise again in popularity, gaining new eyes as well with the younger generations not aware of the deep legacy Digimon has. The Digimon Story series are usually RPGs with many mechanics regarding how to raise your creatures, often using the Digifarm feature, a staple of the series to train and deepen your bond with Digimon. The ultimate objective often being to fight off evil entities that threatens both the real and digital world. It's still true in Time Stranger. We follow an agent of a certain organization called Adamus in search of urban legends and anomalies to study in hopes of preventing disasters. This gig will lead you to discover Digimon, which the agent will need to befriend and borrow power from to get to the bottom of the time mystery, all the while being flung through time and dimensions throughout the adventure, trying to find a solution to an impending disaster that will bring the end of the world as we know it. It's a huge undertaking that will take us to many places, rewriting history to reach the best outcome for all mankind and Digimon, all the while meeting allies that will become instrumental in ridding the world of its woes, ultimately restoring order to both worlds. It's a long game of at least 50 to 60 hours, but the plot twists and gameplay features are worth the investment. If you don't want to play it but still is interested in the game, I will condense the full story in a couple hours, so why not stay a while and listen to my broken English? Parce que je parle en français d'habitude. Oh no, the French! In this video, I will go over the full events of the game minus the side quests unless they're relevant to the main story, all the mandatory fights and bosses, the gameplay mechanics, as well as checking out some of the 451 Digimon available to raise and battle with. I will also sprinkle the video with my own opinions and experiences, and I might even put some references of my Digimon World 2 video, so if you have watched it, you might see some familiar faces come back. Obviously, there will be spoilers for the whole game, so consider yourself warned. Alright, the intro is done, now let's start the game. Right away, the game makes you choose your character. It's up to your tastes, there is no real gameplay difference between either character, but there is one detail that will concern the one you don't choose. I chose Canon because I already chose Dan in my main game and I wanted to see the differences firsthand. The choice doesn't matter as you can change both your character and name in the options during the adventure. Once you've chosen yours, the game will now throw you in a theater and a familiar face will greet you just before the show begins. It's the opening of some sort of anime, putting in the forefront characters that look curiously like our protagonists fighting creatures similar to Digimon. As the opening ends, we now see our character who is called by their operator, aka the character you didn't choose. They all mention how similar the anime looks to our profile, both physical and business related. We are an agent working for Adamus, a group working in the shadows in search of anomalies, or in simpler terms, chasing urban legends. Since the anime is somewhat popular, our operator says that we'll need to be careful not to attract too much attention as people are starting to notice abnormal situations and the personal chasing after them. Sometimes, the game will ask you to choose an answer between 3 choices. The little icon is a choice that makes the event move forward, the ones that do not is for extra information should you be curious about the details. Starting the mission, we simply must follow the indicators to the destination, getting familiar with moving around at the same time. The coordinates lead us to a wall where a manifestation is happening, the people protesting for transparency as the government is hiding something that bothers the population. We'll need to slither through the crowd to get closer, and once we're close enough to the side, a tremor is felt, throwing a person on the ground. The guard will go and check out on them, which is our cue to get beyond the wall by an underground area. Once down, our operator will tell us he added a mission as someone is requesting aid nearby, so while we're here, we'll provide support. Thing is, there are Digimon here, so we can just proceed willy-nilly, but our partner came prepared. We'll be able to choose one Digimon out of 3, but only one as his upload speed is limited. You have the choice between Patamon, Minervamon, and Aegiomon. Each has their own typing, but all of them will be available to get soon enough, so choose your favorite and let's enter battle. Battling is easy enough to grasp. First, the type advantages. Like in all Digimon games, data beats vaccine, vaccine beats virus, and virus beats data. There are more types than that, though they are neutral and don't influence compatibility. Add to that an element chart that works in parallel and you have 2 compatibility charts that work one alongside the other. There is a third attribute, as some attacks will be more efficient on Digimon of a certain family, but it comes into play a bit later. These systems will decide how effective your attacks are on your enemies and vice versa, as you can deal up to 450% extra damage in the right conditions. Aside from that, each Digimon has 1, sometimes 2, unique attacks, all with their own animation and 4 extra attack or support slots which you can customize at will. These extra moves can be bought, received as quests, rewards, or learned by Digimon as they level up, and you can remove and reallocate them however you want. They also have 2 equipment slots for additional bulk, so there will be a bit of menu navigation to do throughout the game to keep your allies at their best. That's it for now, so let's keep moving. Once a bit farther, we'll learn about Digi-Attack, which is simply using your Digimon to do stuff on the field. You can attack other Digimon for a preemptive attack or even beat them outright if you're strong enough, and destroy rubble and objects to reveal passages and get extra items. Right after removing the rubble, we can check the destroyed wall to feel another tremor. What's happening? Blue Metal Greymon, that's what? He charges at us, but our protagonist's leg froze, getting caught by the creature and ending our adventure. We run as fast as we can to avoid the creature, but it's faster than us and swipes at our protagonist, who dodges like a champ. Then we get called by a girl close by and manage to reach her before the Digimon does, saving our life. As the big creature leaves, the girl addresses us like she knows us, which is a bit weird, but she stresses out that we need to find a third person and to get quickly to the roof of the building because a war is about to break out. What is she on? We have many troubles brewing, Digimon are starting to appear out of nowhere, the girl we need to protect doesn't make sense, and there's a supposed war at our door, but our mission is the most important for now, so we'll follow the girl since she needs to be protected, I guess. While getting to our next point of interest, we'll get a bit more info on our field options. We can scan the area to find materials, chests or breakable stuff, but the best thing is the fact that you can stay immobile for a second or two to activate regeneration mode. This mode fully heals your Digimon, only taking up to 9 seconds to do so. This means you don't have to keep checking your Digimon's health each fight or use your item out of battle, and massively contributes to grinding as it removes the need to go into menus after each couple of fights. Easily one of the best quality of life the game offers along the battle speed. Moving on, we get to a clearing where Metal Greymon catches up with us, but just when things look dire, an Omnimon shows up to support our fight. The girl seems to realize who it is, but we don't. We're completely in the dark as to why everything is happening, but these thoughts can wait. We have a boss fight on our hands. This fight is on rails as Omnimon will do all the heavy lifting. We'll learn here though that items can be used without spending a Digimon's turn, which is actually amazing. Usually, using an item in any game would spend your turn, so it feels refreshing, and while it sounds OP, the game makes sure you'll stay on your toes. Try your best to at least damage the boss a bit before he gets flattened by our ally. As soon as the boss falls, Omnimon flies away, letting us resume our march to the government building. As we get above ground, we can see that the structure has been damaged and Digimon are everywhere in it. Before getting in, we get a little course on conversion, or how to summon new Digimon. Each time we fight one, we analyze it, and when the scan is at 100%, we can convert data into that particular Digimon, adding it to our roster. You can even scan them up to 200% to get even stronger allies, which I recommend you always do. They will have better stats, and better stats means easier Digivolution, which we will cover soon. You'll experience conversion firsthand by summoning a Koromon, which will be our second partner. Now, this is the first area where we can fight an array of different creatures and build ourselves a team. I recommend converting at least 4 more Digimon to have a full party of 3 main and 3 reserve allies. It might take a bit of time, but it's worth it. All Digimon both in your party and out will get experience, and you can make battles go up to 5 times the regular speed. Even the game encourages the player to grind. You can heal with a snap of your fingers, and more grinding means more Digimon conversion, so not only is it worth the time, the game also respects yours, so go on and grind to your heart's content. Fodder Digimon have their uses as well. If you have too many, you can always use them to either give more experience to other Digimon or return them to data and get some money for it. There is literally no reason not to battle everything in sight, except that huge Digimon. This one is only there to highlight the fact that you can run away from fights you can't win. Once our team is set up, we get in the elevator up the building, but things don't seem any better. We'll have to navigate the floor to get to the broken wall on the other side to resume our ascent to the roof, but not only a hostile Digimon are in our way, the moment we reach the hallway, we see something shine by the window, attracting our attention. We snap out of it by the girl already in front of us, but suddenly, a huge mech enters the picture and fires a laser our way, destroying a part of the building. Luckily, both of us are unharmed, but we got separated, so our agent will need to find a way across. A new potential path is available now that the mech has shaken the building, leading us to a friendly Aegiomon whom we convinced to help us get across the gap. He's not confident in his abilities, and rightfully so, as he panics mid-flight and makes an emergency landing 1 floor down. We'll have to find our way up, but this floor hides a grim sight. Digimon bodies are found all over, meaning that the worst case scenario is nigh upon us. Not all is hopeless, however, as we finally get access to Digivolution, enabling us to get more rookie buddies to build our team. This is important to do, as there are some Aegiomon on the way, champion level Digimon that are a bit on the tougher side, but are a good indicator if you have a solid team or if you need a bit more training before moving on. Once team formation is done, we advance to reach the place. Whoa, the mech is even more scary from close up. We've reached the spot where we got separated from the girl, but she's not here anymore. She couldn't wait for us, so we have to catch up with her. On the way to the roof, our operator warns us that we should be prepared to confront anything, a way for the game to tell you that a big boss fight is coming. We can see a lot of flying Digimon fighting, but how did they appear so suddenly? No time to think, we are spotted by a Aegiomon and forced to defend ourselves.
Here comes trouble.
As soon as the fight starts, a new battle feature will be unlocked, the Cross Arts. This can be used during your Digimon's turn and acts as a power-up to give your allies a boost. It charges up automatically as you make actions on your turn and will be able to change its properties later, so this can be very useful in a wide array of situations. Now for the boss, Aegiomon isn't really difficult to defeat, but it's our first non-scripted boss fight, so you might need to do some adjustments. Data Digimon will mop the floor here, especially when the boss uses its scissor claw technique, so a team of vaccines is the most efficient. You have many good choices if you took the time to grind and convert, and our Koromon, now turned Agumon, will be an important pillar in the fight, especially since Aegiomon is weak to fire, so Pepper Breath will hit for 300% damage. We manage to deal with the boss, but we can hear the girl we need to protect scream behind us. An ominous shadow appeared, and even if we try to protect her, we're just pushed aside effortlessly. The shadow reaches for the girl, but then shit hits the fan. The robot from earlier appears, making the shadow pull back and then tries to reach for the girl too. But then, a fist appears out of nowhere, headshots the robot so hard it creates an explosion, consuming everything in the vicinity, leaving nothing behind. Pretty heavy beginning. Our agent then wakes up surrounded by Digimon in a peculiar place we don't recognize. The taller Digimon called Minervamon immediately gets aggressive, calling us an intruder and doesn't understand when we try to explain the last thing we remember, going right to the conclusion that we must be here to steal the egg. What egg? Junomon, being more reasonable than her companion, remarks that we just look confused, but it seems we did not travel alone. The shadow appears again, but doesn't seem interested in us this time. Minervamon tries to attack it, but is easily pushed back, leaving the shadow able to get to the egg. Junomon tries to explain that this egg is really important, but can't control her stress, and just asks us to protect it from the shadow, a thing we accept to do. We manage to get to the enemy before it's too late and tackle our target with all our might. Unfortunately, its hand pushes the egg off its pedestal, falls to the ground and shatters the floor, making the agent and the shadow fall with it, while the other three characters watch in horror, nicknaming us Egg Thief! We then get another random scene featuring three children talking like adults around a tea table. They sound like they're in charge of the world, or worlds from the way they talk, saying that there's something happening in the world that the pink girl is in charge of. But nothing more is said before coming back to our protagonist, flung back in the normal world. Man, that was a lot of events in an hour of gameplay. Nothing makes sense yet, as we've been given late game puzzle pieces already, so it's quite normal they don't fit in yet with the little we know. Let's put it all aside for now and start fresh now that we're back in our world. After a fall which I don't know how we survived, we tried to contact our operator but the line is cut off. Weird. Maybe our device bugged out with all the traveling we made. Oh well, no other choice but to look around then. There's a crowd nearby and when we approach, we hear a man trying to convince the other man in a suit to let him pass, as his daughter is on the other side of the sealed area to no avail. Two other officers then enter the scene and these two are presented, so they'll be important characters, I guess. The man is called Shota Kuroi and the woman is Asuna Shiroki. They tell the man with glasses to go away and he insists to no avail once again, then storms off. We decide to follow him and ask him what's up, and when he's about to tell us, his daughter calls. It's tough to understand her, so the man realizes that she's on the ground. Coincidentally, we're just in front of the door giving access to the sewers, so with a bit of convincing, we open the door and proceed inside. Right away, we find a girl whom the man recognizes as one of his daughter's friends, called Hiroko Sagisaka. Turns out she's the reason why the other girl is down there, as she was chasing rumors for her channel. Oh, she's a streamer. After introductions, Koromon appears and Hiroko flips out, falling unconscious once more. Since she's not injured and close to the exit, we decide to press on and find the man's daughter. The sewers is another place you can train a lot, with many more Digimon to convert. You can even fight Junomon, champion level Digimon, for extra experience and potential conversion. Sure, they're bottom tier champions, but they're chock full of experience if you use the download enhancement feature to transform converted Digimon into experience. There are also a lot of familiar faces here, so I decided to grind a bit and create my full team for the rest of the game. I have the pleasure to reintroduce old friends, Badger the Aegiomon, Beans the Tapirmon, and Donti the Aegiomon, the same Digimon that made my main team back in my Digimon World 2 adventure. We'll add 3 newcomers to fill our reserve, Ted the Minervamon, Niles the Aegiomon, and Ulcer the Dracomon. Now that the team is set up, we can now find a girl a bit farther inside trying to care for an injured Elecmon.
Are you hurt?
But as the daughter approaches the injured Digimon, we attract the attention of a Raremon, probably the one that put Elecmon in such a bad shape, so no other choice than to defend ourselves.
You there! Think you could do something about that big guy?
The fight in itself isn't that tough, but Raremon's signature move can inflict poison and reduce our stats, so we'll have to be careful and use our item at the right time to stave off the worst. This boss fight also introduces cutscenes as Raremon looks focused on the Elecmon who joined us to battle temporarily, but he's wounded and scared, and seeing this, the girl cannot help herself but to jump into danger just to protect the creature. She hates bullying and will protect anyone who is. Luckily, we're here to oversee things so no one will get harmed on our watch. Badger and Donti are the MVP here, as the boss is weak to fire and both their special abilities can hit it for 3 times the damage, all the while being able to tank Raremon's attack due to their typing, and Beans is here for support as he can heal his allies. Still, it's better to watch out for the boss's sludge attack, as these stat changes and ailments can put us in a bad situation if we let them take over. Cross arts, vaccines, and fire are still your best bets here to reduce the boss to nothing. We finished the fight just in time, as the officers we saw earlier are hot on our tail, so we have to hurry out of here. Once out, the dad can finally let out some of the frustration he bottled up because the worry he felt searching for the daughter, who, by the way, doesn't remember us at all despite being super insistent earlier. But that's not the only weird thing. The government building is still here, intact. When we ask the girl, she replies that the building was never destroyed, so it begs the question, are we really in our world? No matter, the dad invites us to rest at their home as a way to keep us close since he has a lot of questions for us after all that happened. For now, we'll settle in their attic and take the time to get a better grasp of our situation. Before going, the scene ends with a father-daughter situation where she tells him it's time to stop worrying about her, that it's time to live his own life. I don't know about you, but if my daughter was at high school age and told me to stop taking care of her and start thinking about me only, I'd be flipping my lid. Or maybe it's foreshadowing, Either way, kudos to the dad for keeping his composure. Next morning, we finally get to know the girl's name, Inori Misono, and tells us to come downstairs so she can give us a tour of our home. Before we go down, however, our operator finally manages to re-establish the connection to our device, and together we deduct that we have traveled to the past. How he got the connection working is a mystery, but hey, as long as it works. While he's still safe, he says that thing on his side is Pandemonium. Everything in society is crumbling down as a global collapse is underway. Fortunately, the fact that the agent traveled to the past might be the solution to restore the future. For the moment, let's join Inori in the kitchen. The house is a bit small but looks very comfy. Inori gives us a little tour and before going to school says her father would also like a word in his office downstairs. We oblige and meet the man who, after making sure we're settled in fine, gets to the point. He seems to know a lot about Digimon, or as they call, phase electron life forms. Being a detective, he doesn't waste any time and asks us to tell him who we're working for. This is classified information, but the man was already expecting this answer. What he really wants is more information about Digimon, so anything else is beside the point. He invites us to stay at his home for the time, but invitation is not exactly the right word. It's more blackmailing than anything else, since if we don't agree, he will tell about us to both Public Safety and Hiroko, and we don't want that, so we'll accept. Now that this is settled, he formally introduces himself, Kosuke Mizono, private investigator and father of Inori. That was a bit backward, but hey. He needs to leave for work, leaving the house to ourselves for the meantime. After he leaves, our operator calls to try and make sense of all that time traveling. Our location is still a bit laggy because of it, so he asks us to get to certain points in the city to calibrate the locations and have our exact coordinates. During that time, you'll see that we receive text messages from friends or Digimon that we can check out for extra world building. Most of these alerts are optional and can be ignored, but it's like extra conversation if you like this type of stuff. The last calibration spot is near where Kosuke went. Our operator warns us to keep our mouth shut when near this man because we want to keep our influence in the past to a minimum, explaining that Adamas's time travel research was postponed because of a series of accidents involving our own father, Dr. Yuki, who is still missing to this day, so we don't want to repeat what happened. Before going back home, we overheard a conversation about some strange light in a back alley that might be worth investigating. We'll take the detour and check that urban legend. Turns out that there was some truth to this rumor. We can see the light reported and a door manifests when we get closer. Entering it, we are transported to a strange hotel-like lobby. Since we have no clue where we are, we get to the reception desk where a familiar figure waits for us. She is Mirei Mikagura, the manager of the theater in a place called the In-Between, which is not a hotel. She's a familiar character for those who played previous Digimon Story games who oversaw the Digi-Farms, and this is still relevant in this game. She's also in charge of the outer dungeons and theater plays, which will come relevant later. For now, let's introduce the Digi-Farm and outer dungeons. The Digi-Farm is a place you can put your Digimon in, mainly to get resources, but as you play, you will obtain or create training rooms you can train your Digimon with to raise their stats and change their personalities. Digimon personalities can influence many things, ranging from the bonus stats you get on level up to their personality skill, a passive skill that can change many things from MP usage of some skills, raising damage of others, or even being able to revive once when knocked out. It's also useful to de-digivolve a Digimon into one you haven't found yet, so personalities can tweak your Digimon so that no two same monsters will be identical. Personality events are common when Digimon are in your party, and can happen sometimes on your Digiline, but the best way to change them is on the Digi-Farm. This is all optional, you can go your whole game without using it, but it is pretty useful if you are looking to get the best Digimon no one ever had. The outer dungeons appear a bit later, but there's no harm in talking about them now. You can find dungeons with minigames inside, such as defend the meat from hungry Digimon or beat the boss in X amount of time. These are also optional, but they do have some more information regarding Digimon taming if you fulfill the extra condition. These can be ignored until the end game, where you will be able to get through them easily and gather all extra treasures, but you can do them at your own discretion. There are other facilities in the theater. You can check your additional content if you bought some. There is an elevator that is eternally in maintenance, another locked door, and an item shop. This will be your main shop in the game, having a wide array of useful items, getting better stuff as you progress the story, so be sure to come back and check out often to see if there's something new to buy. This concludes our business in the theater, so to the real world we return. As soon as our connection re-establishes, we are called by the operator that confirms that returning to our world won't be easy, as war on his side is now worldwide and anomalies are happening everywhere, calling the big explosion we saw before being flung in time the Shinjuku Inferno. If this keeps on, we won't have a future to return to, so we need to find a trigger and neutralize it in the past. With all that, we go back home and rest until tomorrow. Seems like Inori got us some new clothes, and we can check them out before finishing the day, unlocking the custom feature to customize your character to your liking once you buy more outfits. The school uniform will be my outfit for this playthrough. The next morning, our operator calls again to confirm he added a new feature called Agent Skills, used to boost the many stats and growth of your Digimon. There are 5 categories to put points in, and points are awarded when completing main missions and the many side quests that will be available shortly. You can enhance your Digimon stats, their XP gain, and there are also skills you can unlock that changes your character's cross art. So there's a lot of interesting things to check out as you complete missions, and the more points you put, the higher your rank goes, and with higher rank come higher rank Digimon, so fill it as soon as you can. As we finish setting our skills, we can hear chatter coming from the kitchen. It's Hiroko trying to pull Inori in another of her shenanigans. As we come into the picture, Hiroko tries to recruit us too, as it might convince Inori if a third person comes with them. She wants to go back to the sewers to get some content for her video channel, Occult Tokyo TV, as she heard a new rumor about something paranormal, and since she's on the verge of passing 10,000 subscribers, she's really insistent on it. After her little spiel, she leaves to the location, expecting us to follow soon. The operator interjects, saying the lead he had in our timeline was from a stream on the web, so maybe Hiroko was the source. Anyway, Inori says that even if she's not keen to go, she doesn't want to leave her friend hanging, so together we'll go and join up with Hiroko. The meeting point is in front of the sewers in the same back alley we found the theater, and no matter how much time you take to get there, Hiroko will be annoyed at our lateness. Consistency might be crucial for being a good content creator, but patience is also a virtue, you know? She then starts her stream and the group descends into the sewers. Right away, we can see a familiar shape all around close by. Inori is the first to realize what it is, followed by us shortly, but when Hiroko gets up to speed, she low-key scolds Inori for being overprotective. Still, being her best friend, she understands why she's like this, so Hiroko will indulge Inori, also because of the content, but that's beside the point. The objective here will be to run after the little creature, but that bugger is fast, so we'll be running after it for a while. There's also a handful of new Digimon here to fight and convert, such as Tokomon and Falcomon, and Garumon are good for experience, just like the Numemon from earlier. But there's one odd thing, however. We're 8 years in the past. How come the sewers are filled with wild Digimon? Things are supposed to slowly unravel, but it's really weird that there's so much activity right now. No matter, our objective is to catch that Aegiomon. At some point, we arrive to a door that our target manages to shut down with a shock, preventing us from proceeding further. But if a Digimon can do this, ours can probably too. Indeed, sometimes the elements from techniques may come in handy for some events. In this case, we need to find the generator and shock it with an electric attack to reactivate the door. This will bring us to a big room where Aegiomon can just avoid us by running in circles since he's faster, but we have an ace up our sleeve. There's a sluice gate here and the controls are in the nearby room. We just need to open the gate to make water rush in, preventing the Digimon from eluding us further. Well, that's what we thought, but Aegiomon managed to reopen the door, taking us deeper in the sewers. This is an even bigger room, and the Digimon we're chasing after is hiding somewhere behind the pillars. Once we find it, Inori seems to get through to him that we're not enemies until Hiroko starts getting worried for her friend due to her closeness to a monster, making Aegiomon flee once more. Inori pushes back again, telling Hiroko it's not a monster but a phase electron life form, the research subject of her father. The target is still in the room, so it's no big deal, but it's a bit difficult to corner him effectively. Second time around doesn't go any better, making Inori despair a little, letting us know that her behavior is tied to a past trauma. But Hiroko takes the initiative to split up and approach the Digimon from two sides, and this time, the attempt is successful. Until the streamer screams at the top of her lungs. Well, there's a good reason. A huge Cyclonemon made a stealthy approach while we were occupied, forcing our agents to take the front and defend the girls. Before the battle starts, we see Inori trying to protect Aegiomon, but the critter reverses the roles, taking the lead instead. This means we'll have a guest in this fight, bringing the number of allies to 4 in combat. Aegiomon is pretty weak, but guests have infinite health, so they can waste enemy attacks if they focus on them. Once again, a party of 3 vaccines will carry the fight, especially if you have wind attacks. At about half his health, the boss will use its signature move, hyperheat on Aegiomon, which will trigger a cutscene where the little guy gets floored by the attack. Inori rushes by his side, cursing her weakness as she cannot protect anyone from harm. As the scene goes, Cyclonemon rushes at the two characters, but something unexpected happens. Inori's surge of emotions makes Aegiomon explode with aura, stopping the boss in his tracks, lifting it up in the air, and a Digivolution sequence happens, transforming Aegiomon into Aegiomon. With this newfound strength, we are now ready to kick the boss's butt, who doesn't last very long afterwards as Aegiomon comes equipped with a typing and elemental advantage. After the fight, Aegiomon checks on Inori to ensure that she's unharmed, and seeing that she is, falls unconscious due to exhaustion, prompting us to return home and rest. While Aegiomon rests, our agent and Inori try to make sense of the situation when they're interrupted by Kosuke, who's startled to see a child sleeping on the couch, until he realizes that it's a Digimon, turning his surprise into contentment. He accepts to let him stay here. He will share the attic with us, sleeping in the hammock in the corner of the room. Next morning, Kosuke wakes us up as he has a request for us. We are to follow him along with Aegiomon as he wants to present us to someone important. Going down to the living room, we can see the Digimon in peculiar clothes, as people aren't used to children with horns and hooves, so to conceal his identity, Kosuke got some old clothes out for him. Aegiomon isn't particularly happy about it, but it's better not to attract attention for now. Our destination is at Shinjuku Park, where we will meet with public security, notably Kodai Kuremi, captain of the division. Kosuke tells him he brought the sample, aka Aegiomon, and us, the handler. We also learned that Mizono worked alongside Kuremi for a time, but he was too difficult to work with, so the partnership ended pretty quickly. No matter, he's not the person we're supposed to meet. This person is Dr. Simmons, or Monica Simmons, who gives me huge Kyoko Kuremi vibes, one of the characters from Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth. Hey, wait a minute. Holy shit! Turns out Simmons wants practical data from Digimon, and in order to do so, we'll have to fight an officer protected by an energy shield. All we need to do is attack while Monica collects data while nerding out. This goes on for a while until Kodai steps in to cool the doctor, who's about to go into overdrive because the shield costs a lot of resources to maintain and the doc got her data. Things happen until the end of the day where Kosuke tells the agent and the half-pints to go back home without him as he still has some things to do. Suddenly, a kid bumps into Aegiomon and once he realizes he's just another kid, invites him to a game of tag. At first, the Digimon doesn't know how to react, but Inori's dad explains the game and says he's free to try it out, a thing Aegiomon does, making us chase after him. We can find him nearby, worn out from running after the kids who are impressed by Aegiomon's abilities and tell him to come play again on the morrow, a thing our little friend accepts with joy. With that, we return home to turn in for the night. Before finishing the day though, we get a call from our operator, stating he reassessed the situation and gives us his status update. He says it's the first time he witnessed human emotion affect Digimon, also noting the fact that the Shinjuku Inferno started in... well, Shinjuku, so both facts might not be coincidental, marking Inori and Aegiomon as Class A anomalies. Another good argument he makes is that the laws of time have shifted since our meeting with Inori, so we'll need to keep an even closer eye on them as they're now the subject of our investigation, making us close to a double agent. Next morning, we find out that Aegiomon is already up and about, as we can hear him talking downstairs. He's pestering Inori to go to the park, as he promised his friend he'd be back for another game of tag, so we know what we're going to do today. Well, that would be the plan, but someone else requires our attention. Just down in Kosuke's study is Hiroko, searching for leads on the paranormal. She can give us our first side mission, optional quests we can take to not only flesh out the world further, but also gain anomaly points. The game will go out of its way to tell you that they're optional and you can do them at your own pace, that even if you don't do them now, they'll be available to do later. While true, I would suggest doing them as they appear because most of them are rather easy, short, interesting, or all of these, as well as making you stronger via items or anomaly points, which means stronger Digimon and earlier Digivolutions. This side quest will bring us to the shirt shop, close to Inori's home, the owner saying that he saw a shirt fly off in the alley. The search will take us to the sewers where we can spot a Zuba Aegiomon trying to modify the shirt to reflect its 20thness, or something like that. Whatever the answer we pick, he doesn't like it and picks a fight with us, just to be kicked around a bit, resolving this case and gaining our rewards. Now that's done, we can get to the part to play, but something's off as the kids aren't anywhere close by. There's a concerned woman here that presents herself as the mother of the children, stating that it's time to go home, but she can't find them either. Finding missing people is part of our expertise, so we propose to search for them, because Aegiomon would not have it any other way anyway, so we start checking around for clues. Slowly but surely, the clues point out towards the sewers. As we keep searching inside, footprints are visible, bringing the group to a strange red diamond. This is an outer dungeon, the first of many we'll find, but since this one is tied to the main story, it won't count as one we can visit later. Still, this is what we need to look out for during our adventures, so we can count this as a mini tutorial. No choice but to enter it. The inside is so weird, the background is colorful, full of shapes that don't make any sense. Inori first freaks out, but manages to contain her panic attack thanks to us being by her side. After a bit of banter to cool our nerves, we move in the dungeon to find the kids in danger, cornered by two Vademon planning to consume their energy. Fortunately, we arrive in the nick of time to save the kids to the frustration of the enemy Digimon. Even if they're ultimate level, both Vademon are pushovers with annoying abilities. First, they can reduce our Digimon to pixel form, an ailment known as crystallization, preventing all skill usage except attacking. Second, at about a third of their health, they'll use the character reversal move, turning their typing and elemental resistances around, making them strong against vaccine. While this can be a bother, that only means that you must switch to Data Digimon to deal the finishing blow. It's a fun fight as it keeps you on your toes and puts you in a situation that you cannot brute force, and asks you to play around it instead. When he realizes he can't win, the last Vademon uses the rest of his strength to try and steal the children's energy. But Aegiomon swoops in and defends his friends, dealing the last blow to the enemy. However, he didn't realize his hat fell off, and as he reaches out for his friends, the boy screams at him, calling him a monster.
You're a monster too!
This scene saddens me each time I see it. The kid's reaction is justified, being in shock after what he experienced, but seeing Aegiomon's feeling get hurt when he only had the best of intentions is really hard to watch. He did not deserve that. Later that night, Aegiomon went to the roof wanting to be alone, but our agent and Inori can't help but to worry about him, wanting to go and check out on our friend. There, Inori takes a moment to bond with Aegiomon, who needed the support despite asking to be alone. They talk about the stars and the legend they've inspired, emphasizing about a hero that came from another world to save this one, and telling Aegiomon he is one in her book. After his actions today, he really did act with valor even if the resolution was difficult to accept. Still, he is scared to experience rejection again, but Inori shatters his negative shell by promising to stay with him forever. As you see, she has also lived trauma. She has lost her mother and brother in an accident, and she felt lost ever since. That is, until Aegiomon appeared and took a part of the presents her little brother once did. So on that night, she promises to stay by his side, creating an unbreakable bond between the two. Next morning starts with a call from our operator. He states that he heard everything that happened yesterday, meaning that we were supposed to be there with our friends, but something prevented us from stepping through the door. We also know of loss, having lost our father from an anomaly, but our mission takes priority over our emotions. We have subjects to watch over to prevent a disaster after all. Aegiomon is still tired, so we'll let him sleep. He deserves the rest. Inori is the opposite. She's up and about and full of energy as she makes breakfast for everyone. But something catches our eye on TV. there seems to be another anomaly happening in the Kabukicho district. Inori worries about how Aegiomon would react to the news, going to the attic to check up on him, letting us slip out quietly to go to the anomaly point. Outside, we're ambushed by the boy Aegiomon rescued, saying that he's not here to apologize but he'd like us to give him a deck of cards, then runs away. That was a nice thought. Even if he's too prideful to say it, he wants to make up with Aegiomon. That action mends my broken heart. As clumsy as it is, it shows that the boy had at least some sort of regret or remorse acting like he did. Anyway, the deck unlocks the Jogmon Ultimate card game, or the card minigame. It's so bad it's not worth mentioning, but the collecting side is still quite fun. You can either get some by winning matches, the goal being to win duels which the rules makes no sense, or buy them at specific vendors. The pictures on cards are cool, but that's it. The minigame blows. We'll have to slither through the crowd again to reach the place where the anomaly is happening. There's a gate about to open, and the moment we get close, it activates, letting a familiar face and blue Greymon out of it. They clash for a moment and the enemy manages to push Minervamon back, but our agent manages to catch her and break her fall. This is not the time for reunions, as Greymon is now fully out of the gate and ready to fight. Minervamon will assist us in this battle, and she'll be quite the help. This boss fight will introduce a new mechanic. Some bosses from now on will be able to charge up CP, or charge points. These will be accumulated as they attack, gaining various buffs of different kinds, such as attacking more often or gaining stat enhancements. At some point, they will charge up an attack, leaving another part of their body vulnerable during that time. A white bar will appear under itself, and we will have 2 turns to attack the vulnerable points to reduce it. Keep in mind that it will have different weaknesses than the ones the boss have, so we'll have to find out what's most efficient. If we manage, the boss will lose its next turn and all of its CP. If it manages to charge up, it will do a big attack on their next turn that we will need to defend against to hopefully survive without too much trouble. As for Greymon, this fight will go smoothly thanks to Minervamon since her attack hit hard and her unique skill can reduce the boss's charging bar by about a third, so with a vaccine team once again, there's no real threat here. Once Blue Greymon is dealt with, Minervamon turns to us and asks us to flee to wherever we can that is not here, so we suggest to go back home. There, Inori and Aegiomon are watching the news talking about the event. When we come in, our friends tell us to check out the news, but we don't need to. After all, we were right there and brought back Minerva with us, to the surprise of our teammate.
What in the world is going on here?
After settling in, she accepts to answer some of our questions in order to clarify the situation a bit. Minervamon comes from the digital world of Iliad and traveled to the human world to fulfill a certain mission. We have visited that world briefly when we were transported to the temple at the beginning of the game. However, while traveling, she was followed or ambushed by titans, these big Digimon with red eyes. How or why isn't explained, we just know that they are wreaking havoc and we're starting to see them in the human world. Lastly, while she knows we weren't at the temple to steal the egg, she'll keep calling us egg thief because reasons. Fine by me. When we're done asking questions, Minerva will then ask for our help to fulfill her mission. She's searching for that egg which fell into the human world, and since she's not used to our world yet, she needs us to help her with navigation. It's a lot to take in for Inori, who suggests that we sleep on this information and think on it again, refreshed tomorrow. Aegiomon has a lot of questions of his own, as she's the first friendly Digimon contact and got curious about this digital world, so everyone agrees to get some rest and pick it back up tomorrow. Looks like Aegiomon couldn't wait for us to get up and started asking his own questions, particularly about the world Minervamon comes from. He was never aware that the Digimon came from their own world, so naturally, he's quite curious about it. As for the mission, Aegiomon suggests to visit Dr. Simmons, as her knowledge, interest in Digimon, and overall nuttiness might be just what we need to get a lead on the egg, so we move on to the truck in Shinjuku Park to visit her, but it appears that she's on an errand at the moment. While the officer doesn't want to tell us where she went, he slips up and lets us know she's in Akihabara, a new place we haven't checked out yet, and it's only a couple of subway stops away. This place is awesome. It feels alive. The people, the music, the impressive ads. The atmosphere here is top-notch. We're not here to window shop though, we're searching for someone. Asking around, we can narrow the doctor's location to under the overpass, and searching around a little more, we can find her checking out some junk parts. Now, I don't know why you would, junk parts just leave me with a bad taste in my mouth, if you know what I mean. Turns out Simmons also requires our help, and if we agree to help her, she will install some detector that would be able to find the egg's whereabouts. Public safety is now installing electromagnetic devices in the city, trying to communicate with Digimon, but one of the squads isn't responding, needing us to check on them and see what the problem is on their part. The location is in the Higashi-Shinjuku subway, and we have the clearance to get to the restricted area where Shota Kuroi waits for us. Well, not us exactly, but he knew help was on the way, he just didn't think it would be civilians. Reluctantly, he briefs us on their problem. Some Digimon managed to steal the controller used to activate the electromagnetic field and ran off in an outer dungeon nearby. We'll need to chase it and recover the device for the squad. Inside, Minervamon gives us a bit more info about outer dungeons. They are unstable spaces created between the human and Digimon worlds, so they may happen at random, but they're getting more and more common. Inori is still a bit uneasy, but quickly shakes it off, being bolstered by our presence. Our objective will be to chase down the many black Gatomon here and find the one who has the device, and right away, we can Digi-attack the first one if we do it fast enough. They're not difficult to defeat, but they have a big health bar, so it might take a while to beat one. There's also a Tyrannomon we can fight here, which made me remember I had enough points to raise my agent level to 3, the rank that allows you to digivolve your partners to champion level. Most of my team is ready too, except Beans, who decided to take his sweet time. Fighting the Tyrannomon is a good source of experience in case you need it, as Minervamon can take it out easily and is the perfect opponent to warm up my newly digivolved squad. Moving on, the second Gatomon is hidden between two small pillars. That little f*** took me like 15 minutes to find on my first playthrough, and I'm still bitter about it because I'm stupid and unaware. And the third one is close to the end of the dungeon. After finding all three, another group appear, and these are the ones we want. On approach, we can hear them chat about the thrill of stealing stuff from human, but when they realize we're here, they get aggressive. We'll have to face all three at the same time, but it's nothing we can't handle. We recover the device, bring it back to Kuroi, and after expressing his thanks, escorts us back to Simmons, who's back at the park. We actually get into the truck as the doctor expresses her thanks and offers to install the detector on our communicator. After a bit of time, she hands it back, but can't help but let her nerdy side out, fascinated by her device. We can't tell her where it comes from or what we use it for, as it is classified information, and while she understands, the doctor will still try to find out who we're working for. Back home, our operator warns us to be very quiet about our job, as secrecy is demanded by the founders, one of them being our father, so we'll have to be even more careful from now on. Anyways, the group checks out the newly installed detector, whom we learn that it won't pinpoint the location of the egg, but will show where Digimon gather, and where there's a lot, there's a chance that the egg might be close. Surprisingly, there's a lot more reading than we thought, but there's one place that stands out, as Inori points out. There seems to be a large concentration of Digimon in the underground under Shinjuku Park, so we decide to check this location on the next day. Morning comes, and so does Hiroko. She has a new lead about the Dark Shadow in Shinjuku subway and wants us to go with her to check it out. We manage to conceal Minerva's identity by saying she's a cosplayer, and Hiroko buys it, thankfully. So with this, we go to the deepest part of the subway to find if the Shadow lead holds any truth, and then back to the egg. As the streamer starts recording, Inori spots the specter, and when Hiroko realizes it's behind her, she freaks out and loses consciousness once again. Unfortunately for her, following the Shadow is a priority, so we'll have to leave her there and chase it on the train tracks, which is a thing I wouldn't dare try to do. Service has not been postponed after all, and I wouldn't risk making a face-to-face with a train. Never mind that though, our chase led us to the same big area where we were chasing Aegiomon earlier, but now it's full of Goblimon. Their sheer amount is great for training and converting some of them, but our main objective is to follow the shadow, who seems to lead us at a certain place. A big door is blocking the way and we're not strong enough to open it, but smug Minerva here decides to show off and opens the door without breaking a sweat. Inside is a cozy little chamber with a broken egg in it. Wait, the egg is broken? Minervamon states that this is the egg of the Great Guardian, the Digimon tasked with saving Iliad in its time of need. Aegiomon seems to recognize the place. He mentions that this place is the first thing he remembers, so this points out that he could be potentially the Guardian Minerva's talking about, but we lack the evidence to confirm the fact. At that moment, an ominous wind is felt, and a portal appears out of thin air, letting a big guy force his way through. This is Digimon, and it looks like he and Minerva know each other. He chased our ally, finally finding her in the human world along with us, and since he sees us as a potential threat, he decides to deal with us right here and now.
Not that you'll stand a chance.
Oh boy, this guy looks like he means business. It's a mega level Digimon after all. By that time, you should have at least some champion level allies to help you out, but it's still feasible without. The enemy still has the early boss curse, or in other words, weakness to vaccine and fire. He's also weak to light attacks, so my team is in a great position to do a lot of damage. When he charges up, Digimon will do a huge attack next turn, so it's recommended to defend to take the hit. He also has some defensive techniques, but nothing too tiresome to deal with. The main hurdle in this fight is the boss's high attack and HP, so if you can maneuver around that, you won't have too much trouble prevailing. Ulcer's unique attack can lower defense, so that helped a lot to whittle Digimon's health. Minerva's also useful to take some heat off our team. Once the last hit is dealt, a cutscene will start where Minervamon will manage to get a good hit in, managing to push Digimon back into the portal, but the fight was so intense that it made the portal unstable, swallowing us all into it.
Inari!
We wake up in some sort of sewers, but it's quite tough to say exactly where we are. At least, everyone seems fine, so that's a relief. After getting our bearings, we decide to find the sewers exit, which is close by. Aegiomon offers to go first to scout the surrounding in case it's not safe, but when he opens the manhole cover, what he sees is formidable. We travel to the Digimon world. Aegiomon is stoked. We finally found the world he comes from.
We made it! We're actually in the digital world!
Welcome to Digimon Story Time Stranger. Whew, this one took a while. The operator is amazed at our discovery as it marks a huge breakthrough for our organization and guarantees us a promotion, if we ever manage to get back to our own time. For now, collecting data takes priority as it could be crucial to prevent the Shinjuku disaster. Let's explore Central Town and try to gather a bit of information, but man, there's so many things here. The place is lively, there's so many kinds of Digimon just chilling or socializing or just being everywhere and running around. There's so much happening. It almost justifies the 30 FPS limit on consoles, but not really though. Anyway, first thing we need to do is gather information by talking to the civilians. Here's what we can find. Digimon aren't surprised by our visit, meaning that they're used to, or at least know what humans are. Shopkeepers won't discriminate. A paying customer is a good customer. We're incentivized to check out the main square where we have a breathtaking view of the impressive Central Tower. And not only are they not afraid of humans, Digimon here are helpful and amicable, pointing out points of interest such as the tavern where the leader resides to help us find our way. So, from these points, we can conclude that we're not seen as threats even if we're different, and we even feel welcome with all these positive interactions. Since we were recommended to, we'll first check out the station square, where we can see the impressiveness of the Central Tower in the distance. Aegiomon is super excited, but not only from the view, he feels right at home, not having to conceal his identity. Before moving on to whatever next site is waiting for us, Our operator had to poop our party, saying that the disaster in our world isn't showing signs of slowing down, so any information we can send him, he will take. Everyone knows a party pooper, unfortunately. There's also a new feature we can use called Digiride for, you know, riding your Digimon. It's as fun as it is optional. There are a lot of Digimon who can give you a lift, although not all of them look comfortable doing so. Some are faster than others, and usually the flyers are the fastest, but the speed boost isn't game-changing. You could keep running everywhere and not use the feature if you don't want to, but having the option is pretty nice. We were recommended to visit the tavern, and so we go. The place is as lively as the rest of the town, filled with plenty other Digimon. As we enter, Aegiomon greets us, wondering where we come from since we don't look the part, but it doesn't matter. We are welcomed like any other patron. The leader is in the room in the back of the tavern, but when we try to open the door, a Nightmon stops us, asking us to identify ourselves. We try to explain that we're friends with Minervamon, but without proof, it's a bit hard to convince him, so we'll need to find some sort of evidence if we want to meet Marukimon. Outside, the Junomon that first pointed us to the tavern, upon finding out we couldn't meet the leader, tries to help us again by telling us that Minerva's home is close by, so we might find something there. Unfortunately, no luck. There's nothing of help here. Without her, it's going to be difficult to find our way back to the human world, until we hear discord close by. Some Bearmon are picking on Coronamon, while Lunamon witnesses powerlessly. The brothers are taunting Coronamon, calling him and Minervamon wimps, and luring him into the sewers, which are dangerous and forbidden, claiming they'll steal Platinum Numemon's treasure. Coronamon follows, ignoring Lunamon's reminders, leaving her behind. When we approach and ask what's wrong, she remembers the egg thief but wonders where Minervamon is, since last Lunamon knew she was supposed to be gone to the human world. Well, yeah, she did, but we got separated when we were transported in the digital world. We then make a deal. We'll go and get Coronamon in the sewers, while Lunamon will search for Minervamon and send her our way. The Digi-Sewers go much deeper than the human ones and contains many virus Digimon with the occasional vaccine and rare data. Soon enough, we cross paths with a little Bearmon who explains that there are titans farther in. His big brother stayed behind with Coronamon to protect him and implore us to rescue them. He'll come with us to show the way but won't join battles. We can find the kids at the deepest part of the sewers being attacked by an Aegiomon team. Inori instinctively leaps forward, seeing such small Digimon being bullied, while Aegiomon and the agent follows shortly after. The Titans don't flinch, they're even thrilled to have more people to fight. Seeing Aegiomon's bravery, Coronamon decides to join as well, but the poor guy is quaking in fear, so he won't contribute to a lot. This Aegiomon team may seem intimidating at first. It's 3 decently strong enemies with a fair amount of HP, but the fact that Coronamon joins the fight means that he'll be a target of some of the attacks. And after the first turn, Minervamon appears and joins the fight, gaining a turn as soon as she gets there. And shortly thereafter, another cutscene starts where Aegiomon's resolve to protect Inori grows, being inspired after the talk under the starry sky, and unlocks a new technique. Stun Beat Blow, that you will hear often for a while. It's quite the useful technique though, widening Aegiomon's offensive options and adding a paralysis chance on hit. Later still, Coronamon will finally stop shaking and start helping, being bolstered by Aegiomon's courage. Aside from that, the tried and true vaccine team still works great, and focusing on one at a time works best, as once one is down, Aegiomon will lose focus and debuff for a while. Minervamon's attack will help tremendously, so once one is down, the rest will follow soon after. We thankfully got out of the sewers unharmed, but the small ones won't avoid a scolding from Minervamon. Coronamon lowers his head and apologizes, while the brothers talk back before skittering away. With that rescue mission successful, Minerva will have to report to Marukimon about Titans in the sewers, and her presence is what we need to prove to Nightmon we are worthy of trust, so we are finally granted audience with the leader. Well, more or less, as Minervamon does all of the talking, reporting about the Titans and vouching for our helpful contribution in her mission. She wants to return our kindness by helping us get back to our world, asking to use the radio tower comms to talk to a certain Junomon. The comms are unfortunately out of order, but they could be fixed. Suddenly, a Aegiomon enters and warns that word of the Titans in the sewers event spread amongst the population, launching the civilians into panic mode, most likely because of the Bearmon brothers. While Marukimon deals with the situation in the city, we are tasked to go and repair the radio tower and communicate with Junomon, the one able to send us back. Well, the panic seemed to have quelled quickly since the citizens don't look in much distress. Marukimon was certainly efficient at dealing with the situation. Our destination is Pegasusmon, who will lift us to the path to the tower since the train tracks don't work for the moment, so the main access is unavailable. The way to the tower and the tower itself contains a balance of all types of Digimon, containing a fair amount of champion opponents. At the beginning, there will be Centauromon and Aegiomon, while the end of the path will have more virus Digimon, shuffling your party around to cover weaknesses. The first elevator will take us to the main lobby of the tower. We can now see a big thundercloud at its top, which probably has something to do with the comms problem. Furthermore, a Aegiomon lies in front of the elevator and when we help it up, explains that Titans appeared and disrupted the workers, knocking this one down the floor. To proceed, we'll need to find more Aegiomon and bring them back to the cogs so they can lower the platforms and let us proceed. Enemy Digimon here are mainly vaccine, with the occasional Goblimon and Pandemonium. There is a lot of ground to cover here, having an outside segment with even more Digimon variety. Minervamon will be very useful to your team, helping quicken fight a fair bit, making this place ideal to train and convert many Digimon. On the highest level, we can look at the cloud from the inside, which is pretty cool. During battle on this floor, lightning will randomly hit a Digimon for about 150 damage a hit. This also means we're almost there. The radio is up ahead, but before getting to the boss, I decide to stop here a while and train off screen because this is where I hit my first roadblock in my first game and was forced to grind and change my team around. I like training here, and the amount of Pandemonium and Goblimon makes it easy to convert quickly and gain even more experience through download enhancements. While I do some training, why not check out more of the Digimon sheet? We've gone over the basics of fighting and personality, so let's complete with Digivolution and de-Digivolution. Evolving and devolving your creature is a bit more complex and I haven't fully grasped its functions, but here's what I found as of yet. Digivolving is simple, get the required stats and agent rank and boom, you can Digivolve. Your creature will go back down to level 1, sometimes lowering its stats, but they quickly grow back stronger as you gain levels. The Digimon you evolve to will have base stats, but you can grow these bases if you have bond with your Digimon. The more bond you share, the more bonuses you'll get. These are indicated by the numbers in the blue brackets, showing how many bonus stats your Digimon have. These also include bonuses given by enhancement items, equipment, and by the load enhancement feature, although equipment bonus don't count towards the total stat required to Digivolve. Talent is the maximum level your Digimon can reach and goes up as you change forms. There are also ways to evolve that don't require stats. There are DNA Digivolutions that require both Digimon to have a certain personality and nothing else, while others need a specific item we'll be able to get later in the game. De-Digivolving functions a bit differently as you don't need stats or items to devolve. You either need to have seen the particular Digimon you want, or have a matching personality if you haven't met the creature. Devolving also puts the Digimon back to level 1 and transfers stats with bond the same way Digivolution works, so with more bond and level will come more stats with your new form. You're encouraged to do it as much as you want and there's no limit at how many times you can evolve or devolve, so it begs the question, when should you do it? There's no good answer, but the best one is when you feel like it. Having a tough time against a boss? De-Digivolve, train, re-Digivolve, train, and you'll see the difference. The higher your level and bond, the more effective changing forms will be, but unless you play on higher difficulties, the game doesn't expect you to master Digivolution, so do it at your own pace. It can only be beneficial if you're willing to put in the time. The load enhancements feature becomes really useful at that point to save time, so the more your fodder Digimon are at a high level, the more benefits load enhancements will have, so take the time to take care about fodder as well. After a while I went back and unlocked the shortcut to the main lobby before getting to the communication device, which is intact, meaning that the cloud is interfering with reception as suspected.
So I bet that means...
The one responsible for the storm then appears. A Parrotmon able to control lightning rushes at us and opens the offensive. As stated, this boss marks a bit of a difficulty spike as it's the first non-virus boss, and this one has many abilities, including blocking lightning attacks and healing itself with his own. This resistance renders Aegiomon's unique attack ineffective, rendering him almost useless in this fight. It's recommended to give him a healing move if he hasn't learned one yet, along with some skills to buff his allies to make him do something. It's also the fight I learned of how useful the character reversal move can be, using it on Ted to turn his weakness into an advantage. Or it could have been used on Parrotmon itself as well to remove his lightning resistance, making Minervamon able to do more damage as well due to her typing. Once it starts charging, the lightning will stop momentarily, so it's our chance to break the boss's focus. If we don't, Parrotmon will use Mjolnir Thunder, a heavy attack that hits multiple times and has a great chance to paralyze, so it's best to avoid it. Once the boss is at about a third of his health, Marukimon will finally catch up to us and join the fight, having a huge typing advantage against the boss, helping finishing it up. The moment Parrotmon is defeated, the cloud clears and right away a distress message from the Factorial area is received, claiming the Titans are at their door. Minerva tries to respond to no success, making us realize the situation is much worse than anticipated. For now, we'll go back to town and rest in the provided room, and we'll talk to Marukimon the next day for the next step to take.
Please rest.
The house provided is quite pleasant, even having a similar hammock than the one Aegiomon has in the human world. However, Inori feels out of place, feeling stared at all the time and understanding better what Aegiomon felt back in our world. We remind her that we're here too, as she tends to forget, and she replies that we look so much like a character of an anime that she forgets we're also human. Thanks? Looks like exhaustion took its toll, so we agree to call it a day and get some sleep. Before settling in, we end with a little scene where Aegiomon stills his resolve further, promising he'll bring back Inori to her world. Next morning comes too fast for some, as Inori couldn't get a wink of sleep, being worried about her father and Hiroko, who must be worried in turn. She's not the only one to worry, as the more events pass, the more our operator suspects that this Digimon conflict is directly related with what happened in his world. As was the plan, we go back to Marukimon and Minervamon, who thank us for our help restoring the radio tower. However, seems like not all is well, as to get to Junomon's temple, the train tracks must be powered because the only way to reach the destination is by train. The Factorial area is in charge of powering the rails, and as we've seen yesterday, trouble is brewing up at the location, so while Marukimon keeps the peace in the city, we're tasked to go to the Factorial Town and restore peace there so the train tracks can be operational again. While this is a detour, it doesn't bother Aegiomon in the slightest. He enjoys exploring the Digimon world, so seeing more of it aligns with his interests. We'll travel via Blimpmon, who's a personal fan of ours and volunteered to fly us to Factorial Town. Sailing goes smoothly until it doesn't, as once we get close to the destination, we're attacked via artillery fire from an unknown source, damaging Blimpmon and forcing him to do an emergency landing. It was quite the rough arrival, but our ride successfully managed to bring us to our destination, but we'll need repairs to be able to fly again. Everyone is fine, so we get on the move and meet a gold Guardromon that, after confirming our credentials, briefs us on the local situation. Titans attacked this area, sealing a portion of it and putting the trapped residents in danger. To top it off, Volcanusmon, the leader of the area, is missing in action, so things aren't going well here either. This leader is also the one in charge of sending power to the digital world, meaning he's our ticket for reactivating the railroad. In the meantime, the Guardromon will take a look at Blimpmon. Their resources may be limited, but they can at least deal with the more urgent repairs. We're incentivized to go look for Kokuamon, who's farther in the town, but as we get to it, we can see that the villagers all look down in the dumps, distressed about the Titans and their missing people. Even Cocoamon is down and unable to repair itself. It needs a fuse from the exotic vendor, but when we inquire for it, he says he just sold his last one, so we're out of luck. When we tell the news to Cocoamon, he says that there's another option. If we shock him with a strong enough electric attack, it might just do the trick. We have just the thing and it works perfectly. The little guy is re-energized and back on his feet. However, it's not enough to be able to get to Volcanismon since he needs his partner to get the way to the deeper levels open, and his partner was one of the Digimon trapped behind the sealed area. It cannot go rescue his partner either since he's the only one to be able to open the bulkhead, and it can't move when it's in operation, so we'll need to go ourselves, unseal the area and save the trapped folks. Right away, we find the second Cocoamon being harassed by some minions. We intervene and deal with the enemies, but we can clearly feel them bulkier than the previous ones in the tower since they're higher level, but that means more experience, so it's fine. After the fights, Cocoamon joins us and give us a battery, an item needed to operate the many contraptions we'll come across on the way. This one operates the crane that rotates the platform so we can move on. On the way we hear cries of help. Some civilians are trapped with titans. The vent is big enough for Aegiomon to pass and he volunteers to go and rescue the Digimon. He'll have to face the enemies alone with Cocoamon, but he has the typing and elemental advantage, so there's no real threat. The prisoners will thank Aegiomon by giving him a battery so we can keep going and use it a bit later where more Digimon are stuck behind a metal door. Using the battery on the machine will allow Cocoamon to open the door and we'll be able to rescue them as some small creatures were stuck under the rubble. As thanks, they'll give us an attack skill. Along the way to the third machine, we can find more rubble to break, hiding some Digimon that appear safe, and unlocking a merchant if we need a pick-me-up. We haven't got the battery to activate the crane, but close by, Akihabara asks us to get inside the vent and help their friends who went berserk because of the invasion. Aegiomon will go once again. He can take a detour to find more treasure, and when he gets to the berserk Digimon, he manages to cool them down successfully. Thankful Akihabara will give us a battery, so we can use it on the machine and advance. Next section will be the last, but there will be 3 objectives to get to. First, beat the Titans, break the door and rescue the Digimon. Second, cool off more berserk Digimon, and third, push an Animon out of the vent.
Ow! Hey! Who did that? Stop pushing!
All of them will give some goodies, especially the last one. You can do them in any order. The last one you choose will always give you a battery, so you can use it on the last machine who'll open the door leading back to the village. This means we've successfully opened the way for the trapped residents to escape, along with reuniting the 2 Cocoamon. We can finally open the lower section of the factory, but not really. The switch is broken and repairs will take some time. There's no other way since there's no power, so we're kinda screwed. To top it off, we're ambushed by a huge dinosaur titan that appears out of nowhere despite being the size of a building. Ultimate Brachiommon isn't only a mouthful to say, he's also a pain in the neck when you don't know what to expect. When the battle starts, he will have a physical shield protecting him from all physical attack, so only magic will be effective. The 2 Cocoamon will join you for a bit of support. They aren't very strong, but they have attacks for all situations. After a couple of hits, the boss's shield will slowly convert towards magic, leaving it progressively more vulnerable to physical attacks. There's not much of a strategy here. Ultimate Brachiommon is a data, so Virus Digimon are recommended, but for the rest, it'll just be launching every attack you have, trying to see if it'll be effective or not. It's not very strong, so the fight is more of an annoyance rather than a threat. The boss will collapse once defeated, but won't disappear. Checking it out, Aegiomon points out that due to his size, they might use the Digimon's body as a means to get down to the lower levels, and it turns out it's a viable solution. It leads us to a huge door where both Cocoamon will be needed to open, and thus, this is where we say goodbye. Inside is the power room and an imposing reactor with Volcanismon waiting for us, but not for the right reasons. He mistakes us for titans and refuses to listen when we try to explain ourselves, engaging us in another fight.
Aegiomon!
Volcanismon will hide behind robotic hands, so we'll have to deal with them first. One is vaccine, the other is virus, and they all have their own actions in a turn along with the boss. The hands have a couple of abilities. They can taunt our team into being forced to attack one, as well as having attacks that can hit one or all the team, while Volcanusmon will give them buffs and use a special attack if enough hands are active, dealing major damage. They don't have too much health, so they can be dealt with easily, but once we beat them, Volcanusmon makes 4 more appear. It's more of the same, but they act more frequently, gaining some more skills, and the special attack will change as well. They still have low health, so focusing on one at a time will help a lot, reducing the number of enemy actions. This time, once the hands are out of order, the cockpit will open while the boss makes some repairs, leaving us able to attack him while he restores his hands. If we manage to break the white bar, only 2 hands will respawn, otherwise all 4 will be repaired and come back. You just need to break the next wave for Volcanusmon to be vulnerable again, and by the second time he shouldn't hold much longer. The defeat makes the Digimon a bit overdramatic and must destroy one of his figurines before he finally breaks down, makes his peace, and realize we're not enemies.
My precious treasure!
Isn't that one of those things they sell a bunch of in Akihabara?
Action figures are a common thing in the human world, and that's how we managed to get him to listen to us, since he's such an enthusiast. We explained that we're here to ask him to restore power to the digital world for us to reach Junomon's temple and use a portal to go back to our world. Volcanusmon agrees to turn the power back on, and even explains that he shut it down in the first place to prevent the Titans from using it, hindering their advance, but seeing that we freed the Factorial Town, he doesn't need to keep it off. This in turn reactivates the elevator to the surface, so with a final farewell, we separate with Volcanusmon, who now hopes to be able to visit the human world one day, knowing now where to find more figurines. The elevator ride leads us right next to the station, and the Digimon in charge of calling Locomon will have a cute little hat to tell you they are. It'll take a bit of time before the train gets to the station, which gives us time to ponder on the situation. After witnessing the conflict, Inori lets out that her father was right all along, explaining that when her mother and brother died, Kosuke opened an investigation and Inori secretly read his notes. His final deduction was that they must have been victims of a phase electron conflict. She's seen the change in her world and now witnesses the cause, as Digimon conflict does have an impact on the human world, the same conclusion our operator was getting at too. But Inori sees it in a different light, as she saw Digimon being hurt by conflict too, and wishes to bring back peace to the digital world, which would make anomalies stop in the human world at the same time. Gloom is dispelled the moment we step in Central Town, as everyone is celebrating our return. Marukimon approves our going to Junomon's temple, and Minervamon will rejoin us for the time being, but since we're going to travel back to the human world, the town leader asks Aegiomon what's he going to do. After all, he's a Digimon and he has to conceal his identity in the human world. He would be welcomed in the digital world should he be willing to stay, but he doesn't have to make his choice right now. Only understand that this decision is one that he will have to face sooner or later. The train ride to the temple goes smoothly, and it's quite a sight as well. On arrival, we're greeted by Coronamon and Ludamon, who congratulate us for our deed and seem a bit overexcited to see us, especially Aegiomon, but Minerva calms them down, saying that meeting Junomon comes first. The entrance of the temple is filled with in-training Digimon and some more nice sights too. Deeper in, it's a bit more daunting seeing all those high-level Digimon stare at us as we move through the hallway. Junomon waits for us at the end, on her throne, greeting us with enthusiasm. Well, Aegiomon more precisely, praising him for all he has done and calling him the Great Guardian, much to his annoyance. Minerva explains that after they found the hatched egg and him saying that the location was the first thing he remembered, it was easy to connect the dots and assume he was the one Minervamon was looking for in the human world. For context, Junomon then proceeds to explain the legend of Chronomon, the hero of the digital world, and its relevance to Aegiomon. Once, the world of Iliad was protected by 2 sources of power, Homeros the Overseer and Chronomon the Defender of the People. These were a time of peace, enjoyed by everyone, but unfortunately, it wasn't meant to last. The evil group called the Titans decided one day to invade the land and claim it for their own. Junomon defended valiantly the world, successfully defending it, but it came at a price. While evil forces were repelled, the defender was mortally wounded and wouldn't be long for this world. Surrounded with the population, he made a vow that he would pass down his will onto another guardian who would rise when times of peace would be threatened once again. Thus, Junomon died, leaving a single egg behind, kept at the seat of the warden, in a shrine where all Digimon would wait for its awakening. A lot of time has passed since then, but the rest we know. Aegiomon still has difficulty grasping all of that. The only thing he wanted was to find a way for his friend to go back home, and now he faces the task of protecting all of the digital world. It's a bit much to take in. Regarding returning to the human world, Junomon says it's not possible too in these times since opening a portal has an impact on the human world, mentioning that some event 3 years ago forced her to use them more sparingly. She says that if peace would be restored, the risks of opening a portal would diminish considerably, so before being able to travel back, we'll need to do some more here. Seems like extortion to me, but whatever. Inori will have more time with Aegiomon and we can gather more data to send to our operator, so stretching our stay in the digital world isn't too much of a bother. We are then tasked with going to the Abyss area, where more Digimon are in need of our help, and we are now granted passage to the coastline. I have a small problem with this scene. Junomon's voice is drowned under the sound of music if you don't play with sound settings, leaving it difficult to hear what she wants to say without having to read the subtitles, especially since my eyes were distracted by something else. Second of all, she sounds so clingy on Aegiomon, saying Great Guardian this, Great Guardian that, it's almost as if she had her own personal agenda. I don't like it. Going back to Locomon, our agent is called by the operator who's slowly connecting the dots on unsolved paranormal events in the human world, understanding that most of them are related to the digital one, making progress on understanding what happened to our father. That's good, and the fact that we are to stay here longer means more evidence to gather for our operator. With all of this in mind, we make for the digital coastline of the Abyss area, right after a side quest break. We can go and repair Blimpmon, and once we do, Junomon will have a little side quest wanting to go to the cosmic area, a dual space where one side is hot and the other is cold, to train and get stronger. To make it, Blimpmon will need a cooler so he can withstand the temperature. We can find one easily enough to the joy of Junomon, but one member isn't on board. Lunamon doesn't like the idea. She doesn't want her friend to go, but Junomon's will to get stronger is too high to be convinced to stay and thus depart for the cosmic area. Another quest will lead you back to Volcanusmon, now a crafting shop where you can bring him materials and money to make useful key items to unlock special Digivolutions for some Digimon, and the Bearmon brothers are still after Platinum Numimon's treasure. We can help them find it, showing that they're good kids despite their rowdiness. If you do this batch of quests, you should be able to reach Agent Rank 5, which unlocks Ultimate Digivolution. It's quite the challenge to get through these right now, but if you prepare in advance, put the right personalities on your Digimon, level them up enough, and set the right agent skills, you can. With our new upgraded team, we are now ready to get to the Abyss area. It's a beautiful village next to a coastline filled with aquatic Digimon of all shapes and sizes. Aegiomon does seem like he's elsewhere though, still grasping the importance of his newly found role. It's not like he dislikes the idea, he's respected in the digital world and doesn't have to hide his true identity, yet his best friends are human and you can see that Inori is getting increasingly worried about him. Now isn't the time to think about that though, we need to inquire the villagers to check on them and see where we can be of use. Things in the village look normal enough, but some of the residents do seem anxious about the Titan threat. Nothing happened yet, so maybe we'll be able to help without any tragedy, hopefully. We can meet with Xiaojinmon, the leader of the village, who lets us know he thinks there's a traitor in their midst, or at least a Digimon with curious behavior, refusing to open her door to the others, and because of the Titan threat, they can't be cautious enough. Since we're not locals, maybe we could get to the bottom of why she acts like that, so the leader tasks us to go and check on Xiaomon, whose house is farther along the coast. Before going, take the time to check out the shops. They might have better skills and equipment than what you have. Getting to Shelmon's house is not really difficult or far, although there's some more Digimon to convert here we have not seen yet, such as Crabmon, Sealamon, and Junomon. This is also the only place in the game where it's more convenient to Digiride, since there are some places where the agent will be slowed down by water. Nevertheless, we reach Shelmon's house without too much trouble, but when we knock, no answer. We knock again and hey, a response this time. She doesn't open the door, but is at least willing to talk to us. From her, we learn that she's hurt and can't go out, despite no one having taken a look at her wound. She's insistent on staying home though, and we decide to believe her. To help her recovery, we'll go and get some cove weed by the shore. The place where we can find it is a large body of water, but as the Aegiomon says, we'll need to fight the Aegiomon for it. It's not really a bother, so we get into the water and harass the Digimon until one of them spits the cove weed we need. Back to Shelmon's house, we leave the medicine by the door when she responds that a shipment of the second ingredient needed has not arrived yet, so we'll go and check out on the one task to bring it to her. The Digimon we need to find is a Kamemon that's super talkative. There are many Kamemon in the village, so I'll just cut right to the chase and tell you that the one we need is stuck on top of the rock just over the loading zone that leads to the cove. We'll need to Digi-attack the box to make him fall to the ground, bumping that Aegiomon who was stuck in the Factorial Town earlier. They bicker and insult each other for a while until it leads to a friendly conversation, where Kamemon remembers he needs to deliver the medicine to Shelmon, and since we're going there, we take it off his hands so he can keep doing whatever. Back at Shelmon's house, we leave the stuff in front of her door again, telling we're going to dispel the rumors about her. Before we leave, she asks us why we're doing this for a stranger. We don't even know if what she says is true, yet we're still willing to give her a hand. Inori answers that we don't need a reason to help people, taking a page directly from the book of Final Fantasy IX Zidane, and I'm all for it. This moves Shelmon to the point where she decides to trust us, making us enter her home to explain in detail what's actually happening. Inside, we realize that the villagers were right. Shelmon was hiding a Titan all along, but before jumping to conclusions, she begs us to at least hear her out. This Divermon was found seriously wounded after a skirmish with the villagers who left him for dead. Shelmon found him shortly after and decided to take care of him for the same reason we helped her. She does not need a reason to help someone. Furthermore, Divermon was just following his orders, but his heart was not aligned with the task. He never wanted to hurt anyone in the village. She then shut herself in her home with the Titan looking after him ever since. While her words ring true, Divermon's still considered an enemy, and we can't really confirm if he thinks what he says. Suddenly, another knock is heard. It's an Octomon asking to open the door. There seems to be an emergency going on. Since we understand we can reveal her secret, we decide to answer without opening the door, claiming Shelmon is hurt. Thankfully, the Digimon isn't here to check on us. He's there to warn us that the village is in trouble. As we were conversing, the Titans attacked once again, and this time they managed to deal a huge blow. The Octomon was just relaying the message to Shelmon before finding a place to hide, which is pretty considerate of him despite the flowing rumors about the healer. Hearing this, we hurry to the village to find it destroyed, ash still in the air, meaning the attack just happened but no Titans in sight. Only lifeless Digimon bodies and the survivors who stayed behind. We learned that the enemy already has gone back to the depths, leaving only destruction behind their quick and ruthless attack. Our briefing makes Shelmon's situation even worse, as now it will be even more difficult to make the villagers understand her actions. Out of nowhere, Divermon opens his eyes and gets on his feet, while the others tell him not to. He replies that because of us and Shelmon, he realized that Titans were really in the wrong, that this war isn't right, and wants to go back in the depths to try and talk to his boss to maybe convince him to call off the attack. He's not even fully healed yet, so Shelmon is against the idea, but Divermon isn't walking back on it, so we decide to accompany him to give him a bit of support while calming Shelmon's worries. Before leaving, she gives us a conch, her prized possession, which also allows the summoning of a Waymon, our method of transport to get to the bottom of the sea. Right when we get out, a group of titans were on a search mission, recognizing Divermon but asking too many questions, forcing us to defend ourselves. It's not even a mini-boss fight though. Dragomon can be dealt with fire or lightning attacks, while Divermon are annoying because of the large health pool, but they're not really strong aside from that. Some paths will be blocked because of the titans, so we'll have to make a detour to reach the place where we can get underwater. At the spot, we'll need to get rid of more Divermon, but when done, we can finally blow in the conch, which summons Waymon, eager to give us a ride to the depths, seeing we have Shellmon's conch, meaning we're trustworthy. Thanks to a special layer of film, as Waymon says, we'll be able to breathe with no problem in the depths. Aegiomon sounds more confident by the minute, and Inori can't help but to comment on his reliability, saying it's like seeing her little brother grow, while Aegiomon feels great being depended on. The depths of the sea are beautiful, filled with curious rock formations, plant life, corals, and Digimon ready to rip our bodies apart. We can naturally find many aquatic Digimon, including Poyomon if you'd like to raise a Digimon from the beginning. Eventually, we'll reach currents too strong for us to swim in, but Divermon will mention that he has a friend called Submerimon that could help us get through them, though we'll have to go to his home and fetch him first. It's in one dead end, where Divermon will leave us temporarily to get his friend. While we wait, our operator makes us realize that we're in the middle of the sea with a supposed defected titan telling us to wait for him there, so we might have fallen into an enemy trap. Damn! It's more of the same, so it's not difficult to deal with. However, there's a second wave with one Digimon we haven't seen yet, a Scorpiomon. Thankfully, Divermon was honest and came back with Submerimon, and they both joined the fray. Scorpiomon won't stand a chance now. What? With our new friend, we can now pass through strong currents and avoid fights within, letting us finally reach the Titan leader, Sharkmon, who's searching for a current. We did see many of those on the way here, but that's not the same current. Divermon then approaches to the leader's surprise and start negotiating in a way I've never saw anyone do.
Boss, I was wondering if you'd reconsider.
Huh?
So, will you reconsider?
Despite the valiant effort, Sharkmon plays around a bit but is actually unfazed by Divermon's pleas and decides to get rid of his defected minion.
Can die right here where they stand.
Sharkmon in itself isn't too much of a bother to deal with. The two Divermon accompanying him are. They will buff the boss, can heal him, taunt and debuff our team, and they have an unreasonable amount of health. This means we won't be able to really focus on Sharkmon until his teammates are out of the picture, and while they're active, the boss can get a free charge attack in, despite it not being very strong. We'll need Virus Digimon to deal with the Divermon first, and once down, it's time to get the vaccines out to smack some sense into Sharkmon. Aegiomon can deal a lot of damage, and while both guests cannot do a lot, they're useful to draw in some of the heat. So once the minions are out, the boss will be ripe for a beating. Easy fight. Even if we've managed to make the Titans retreat, Divermon is disheartened to see his old compatriots refuse to reconsider, and while they won't be back for a time, the threat of war is still very real. What we can do for now is done, so it's back to Shellmon's house to tell her the news. When we enter though, the only thing we find is a letter saying that she's decided to go on with the rest of the villagers, bringing all the medicine she can to both hide and heal the wounded, meaning there's nobody in the village anymore, leaving it quiet and destroyed. Divermon blames himself for what happened here, torn by the pain he caused. While a Titan, he never wanted to hurt others. He then decides to stay behind and rebuild the village alone, in case some of the villagers would come back. He'll stay with us until we board the train back to Junomon's temple, then solemnly go back to the destroyed village, leaving us with a bitter resolution. War is cruel and leaves only destruction behind, no matter in what world it happens. You know the saying about war. War never changes. Before moving on, one last scene plays with Sharkmon slowly healing himself back so he can keep attacking in hopes of finding the current, proving that things are far from over yet. Back at the temple, we report our success to Junomon, but the fact that the Titans are after the current bothers the Oracle somewhat. She explains that this current is the source of the world's power, concentrated in the Great Tree in Gear Forest and sent throughout the world. Titans are probably after it to expand their territory, so we need to dispatch to the Gear Forest and intercept the enemies before it's too late, also telling to the agent and Inori that it's now even more risky to open a portal, as when they did during a conflict 3 years prior, there were some human casualties in the midst, which aligns with the time Inori's brother and mother disappeared, so to avoid more tragedy, we'll need to restore order first, before being able to travel back to the human world. Inori agrees, as the more she understands the influence between both worlds, the more she gets motivated to resolve conflict, since helping on one side ultimately contributes to both worlds, so, with that in mind, we'll travel to Gear Forest just after tying one loose end. Seeing that Blimpmon returned from the cosmic area without Coronamon, Lunamon gets increasingly concerned about staying behind doing nothing, so she decides to go to the freezing side of the cosmic area. We'll need to gear up Blimpmon with a heater we can find in the city so our little friend can go and train, while perhaps crossing paths with Coronamon. That being done, we're now ready to take the train to our next destination. On the way, Inori gets down in the dumps, thinking about her father and Hiroko once more, letting us and Aegiomon know more about the two. About how Kosuke became way too overprotective after losing his wife and son, and how Hiroko's making streaming content to help Inori find clues about her family's disappearance, covering it up as a way to get rich. She's not even interested that much in the subject. Hiroko always wanted to do anime, only picking up the supernatural after the tragedy, all in hopes to help her friend. With friends like that, you don't need, other friends, right? Just before we arrive, Aegiomon saw Titans getting to the tree by the window, so we need to get our head back in the game and get to it before it's too late. The scenery is beautiful, mixing nature with machinery on floating islands, making a unique landscape. We don't have time for sightseeing though. A Palmon is being attacked by some Goblimon, so we have to jump in and help. We make the minions eat dirt and rescue the damsel in distress, who tell us that the attack just started, so she needs to get back to the village and warn the others there. Aegiomon takes the lead, taking his new role to heart, which Inori can't not comment on. Seeing him grow like that made her think a lot, as she was torn with her dream and reality the moment we came in the digital world. Since she met us, she always hoped that we'd be together for the rest of time, but is starting to come to terms that not all things can last forever. Thus, she made the decision to support Aegiomon with whatever he decides to do in the future when the time will come, so we can say that he's not the only one that is growing and bettering themselves. Yet, that's hardly the time to ponder on feelings with the crisis abound, so let's keep going. With Palmon joining us, we can now cross trees with vines. As previously mentioned, Digimon here will be plant or insect based, with frequent data types such as Funflowmon and Muchomon, along with our first formable ultimate, Daramon. Just watch out for its special attack, it wants to make you taste their
Royal nuts!
As we advance, we'll meet a Hawkmon and a Floramon, supposed friends of Palmon, but they think we're Titans, and since we can't prove we're not, they decide to hinder our movement by covering the vines so Palmon cannot use them, fleeing afterwards. It's no big deal, just Digi-attack the dead leaves to get them out of the way, and all is good. We can find the duo a bit farther in the forests, our path blocked by a bunch of Woodmon and some lookalikes. Not much else to destroy them all, it's a good way to convert one. The rest of the area is quite large, and since it's full of variety regarding wild Digimon, the Gear Forest is a great place to take your time and train if you feel like you need it. Just before reaching the village, we're confronted by Heartmon, Floramon and a couple of villagers trying to stop us from entering it. However, as they're getting ready to take us on, the real threat appears, the Titans have caught up with us. Seeing this, most of the villagers left the troublemakers alone and realizing they can't fight so many enemies, implore us to defend them instead. The enemy is nothing we haven't seen yet, so they're easily dealt with, impressing the duo who decide to become our underlings just to avoid their mistake of taking us for Titans, while Palmon states that it's just to avoid the consequences of their actions. Slimy. Despite the danger at their door, the villagers look happy and uncaring. Strange. Palmon thanks us for returning her to the village, mentioning we should go talk to Bacchusmon, the leader of the forest. He's located in the middle of the village and looks pretty, drunk. We try to talk to him to no avail, but someone else answers our call. Meet Sirenmon, Bacchusmon's aide and voice when he's too drunk to answer. We state that we're envoys of Junomon tasked with warning about the incoming Titan incursion, but the leader is way past drunk, forcing Sirenmon to take the responsibility for him instead. We will go with her to check on the World Tree, reachable by the road in the back of the village. We enter a mist-filled area that's quote-unquote tough to navigate, as it doesn't seem to have any exit anywhere. When we turn back to leave, the exit isn't here anymore. All the while, beings whisper the not-so-nicest thing to us. Eventually, our operator will tell us to use the scan feature and lo and behold, we found the culprits. Cherrymon was behind the mists as he's tasked to defend the World Tree nearby. Since his defense mechanism was useless against us, he decides to fight instead. I don't know why he has a big health bar, as he's really easy to defeat. His cherry bomb attack may hurt all our team and poison them, but that doesn't mean he's not immune to the ailment either. Sirenmon will also join us for the fight, able to use many song-based attacks, 2 of which will debuff Cherrymon, weakening him further, so the fight will end quite quickly no matter what you do. Even when defeated, Cherrymon doesn't want us to pass, until Sirenmon intervenes and confirms we're with her. Okay, but couldn't you have done it the moment we entered the zone? Unfortunately, Titans made it to the tree before us, so that Cherrymon and his mist are useless if you can fly over it. Noted. They look like they're sucking the sap out of the tree, upsetting Sirenmon, so we engage them to prevent more damage.
Do the Titans not care about the end of the digital world?
At first, Okuwamon will be with 2 Kuwagumon, but as you defeat them, other Digimon will take their place. That means that you'll have to keep beating the weaklings before the attack to spare you from some heat, but ignoring them can be a viable option as well, as they're not really strong. They're far less of a threat compared to the Divermon in the Sharkmon fight, although they constantly respawn. Okuwamon will be debuffed by Sirenmon and can be put to sleep, paralyzed or confused, so if you put a condition just before its turn, you might avoid its attacks altogether. The only 2 things to look out for is his unique technique, Geo Scissor Claw, and its large health bar. This guy got massive nerfs since its Digimon World 2 days. Additionally, this fight seems to be bugged, as all the minions that appear in this fight will be marked as virus Digimon even though they're not. They have their usual weaknesses, which is pretty strange and doesn't make sense. Just be aware of this bug when you get there. We manage to ward off the Titans, but when Sirenmon checks on the World Tree, she can't hear it nor sense its power like she could before. Bacchusmon then appears behind us, only being bothered to move because it's an emergency. Checking on the tree, he immediately notices that the flow of the current has been altered, meaning that the Titans weren't sucking out the sap, they were injecting the tree with a malicious substance. There's nothing we can do for now, so we'll return to the village and plan our next move. The moment he sits back on his throne, Bacchusmon starts drinking again to the disappointment of our group. Sirenmon explains that he wasn't always like this, that the pressure of protecting the World Tree got to him one day and he couldn't stop drinking since. But out of nowhere, Bacchusmon tells Sirenmon in a sober voice that the village is to switch to high alert from now on and tasks us to go back to Junomon and tell her that the forest people are going to war to protect the World Tree. Before moving on with the story, there's a little side mission we can do that involves the Bearmon brothers, now in Gear Forest, trying to find the remaining Titans scattered about. But because of a disagreement, they went their own way. We can go and help the little brother first, who realizes that fighting without his sibling is much harder than he thought and regrets bad-mouthing him, asking us to go and help him as well. A thing that we do, and afterwards, the older brother also admits that he felt bad about his attitude. So they make up and bury a message about their hopes and dreams under the tree, standing united once again. On the way back to Junomon's temple, Aegiomon spots something on the outside and it looks like a huge titan trying to stop the train.
Something huge.
We can't defend Locomon from the inside, so we get on top of it and move to the front while defeating the smaller minions until we manage to reach the big Digimon who's a Grand Kuwagamon, pushing it back on the railroad so Locomon can give us a hand. The boss then pulls back towards the temple, so it's highly likely we're going to have to face it soon. Turns out it's going to be sooner than later, as it's blocking the way to Junomon's room. It already lost a bit of HP, giving us a small advantage, but at the end of the first turn, Junomon intervenes and defeats the boss in one blow, pleading to get quickly to the temple. Something's happening, we have to move fast. Inside, we find Junomon being targeted by the Aegiomon team, yearning to restore their reputation after their first loss. They managed to break the barrier protecting the temple by themselves, hence why we were incentivized to hurry. Junomon can't help us this time around, since we're inside the temple, but it's not a problem. It's not the first time we've faced his opponents. This fight parallels the first, the only thing different being that we don't have extra support this time. Aside from that, the fight is pretty much the same. A team of vaccines will be the best, otherwise character reversal will work well with Data Digimon. Keep focusing on one at a time and exploit each enemy's weaknesses. Fire for Aegiomon, Earth for Aegiomon, and Lightning for Fugamon. They'll try to intimidate us during the fight, getting double actions each, but the way they talk sounds like they respect our strength more than anything else. The attacks to watch out for are Fugamon's Evil Tornado, which has high damage output, and Aegimon's Pommel Whack that can reduce accuracy. Otherwise, it's a fun fight. Once again, we successfully deal with the Goofball Trio just in time for another crisis. A portal is opened directly in the chamber and Titamon comes out of it with his minions. Even if they lost to us, the Aegiomon Trio still managed to break the barrier earlier, allowing Titamon to easily get inside the chamber. This is bad. Junomon's surrounded and there's not a lot we can do. Titamon asks for the hero's treasure, a request the Oracle refuses, so he smacks her around, leaving the treasure defenseless. In a last resort, Junomon manages to get the treasure back in our hands, opening a portal and imploring us humans to leave for our world before anything worse happens. When Inori calls for Aegiomon to leave with us, however, Junomon intervenes, telling him his duty is to defend the digital world, but Aegiomon sees it otherwise. He decides to honor his promise to Inori instead, knowing that she'll be in danger with the treasure with her, so he refuses the Oracle's request, sending her in a fit of rage which destabilizes the portal, sucking everyone in it. When we come to, we're in a strange pace in between worlds. The Titans are already in front of us, chasing after the treasure, so we'll need to give chase and find it before them. Inori takes this time to ask Aegiomon if he's sure of this decision, and he replies that he's perfectly content with it, as Titans will be all over the human world, and since he was born there first, he feels like his duty is to protect this world along with Inori, strengthening his resolve once more, leading to his ultimate Digivolution. Next scene is where Titans pour out of the portal in the human world in search of the treasure, leading to chaos and destruction everywhere they move, and for some reason, it's much worse than anyone would have thought. We arrive shortly after being caught by Pegasusmon, meaning there's not only Titans here but good Digimon as well. He brings us down safely and explains that some Digimon were sucked in portals as well, and he'll try to get in contact with his friend first, leaving us to finally have a good look at Aegiomon's new form. He's now called Aegiochusmon, but it's quite the mouthful, so we'll keep calling him by his champion name. The conversation is interrupted as the treasure has now appeared at the government building, meaning we have to get to it quick. While chaos runs rampant, there's a huge opportunity here. Easy grinding. The next areas are chock full of diverse Digimon, with some champions and ultimates really easy to fight and quick to respawn. If you put yourself in this spot near the loading zone, you can farm Flymon, Divermon, Okuwamon, and Kabuterimon, get to the load zone, come back, rinse and repeat. We won't come back to this area, so don't put it off if you'd like to try. Moving on, we get to a roadblock made by public safety, telling us that Dr. Simmons requested a report if someone accompanied with a Digimon would manifest, and the soldier decides to let us in for safety. Asuna and Shota are here, telling us to evacuate as an electromagnetic net will be launched soon, rendering all Digimon incapacitated. Nothing to do here, so we move on to the subway and get to the park where Simmons is, surprised that we found our way to her. She explains that the electromagnetic generator will prevent Digimon from moving, allowing us to safely reach the government building since it's surrounded by too many titans for us to handle. Since they're having difficulties setting up the generators, we are tasked to get to them and distribute batteries to help solve a power problem that prevents the proper activation of the devices. We'll be accompanied by a Black Gatomon who volunteered to come with us since all soldiers have their end full at the moment. She's one of those who first toyed with us, with public safety earlier in the story. First stop is at Captain Kurimi's position, who's appalled to receive help from civilians, saying he also has a daughter around the age of Inori, dropping more information about her father when he was a commander in public safety, and that he'd never forgive himself if something happened to us. But Inori has different motivations. She experienced loss to an event similar to this one, so she doesn't want this to happen to anyone else, forcing the old man's hand. He orders Kuroid to give us the locations, mentioning that they've lost contact with the two remaining teams, so we'll have to be careful. The two other devices are in the sewers, who are now empty, aside from the many cables passing through them. Doors are locked, but a vent is open, letting Aegiomon and Black Gatomon pass through the sluice gate area, where he comes in clutch to save Asuna, who's surrounded by Dragomon and Kurisarimon. She's as surprised as impressed to have been rescued by Digimon, slowly making her understand that not all Digimons are bad. First off, we'll close the gate to drain all the water, then Shiroki will check if they're damaged, which they aren't fortunately. So we install the battery and move on to the last point, where things have taken a turn for the worse. As we arrive, we notice two incapacitated officers, still alive luckily, but repelling enemy Digimon took everything they had. The generator has been damaged but is repairable, needing a special tool Asuna doesn't have on her, so obviously we'll have to go and get it. Black Gatomon will stay behind with the officer to protect her as she begins the repair she can. We get the tool from their base of operations, and once we return, we find that Digimon has breached the area and Asuna is in danger. We arrive just in time to deal with the Quadramon and assist to the injured Black Gatomon, who will survive her injuries. Shiroki then repairs their generator with the tool and activates it, making the area safe for now. She'll personally take care of Black Gatomon as well, as thanks for keeping her unharmed. We can then leave the sewers and get to Shinjuku Park, where the doctor thanks us for our help, giving us a mini generator as a token of appreciation. It can be only used once, but it's going to be useful, mark my words. This means the way to the government building is now clear and we need to hurry. Seems like we're just in time, the treasure is still here, but no it's not. Titamon got there before us, now mounted on a school Balukimon, snatches the treasure and absorbs it right in front of our eyes.
You shall never lay a finger on.
Stay back, Inori. Something's wrong.
Wasn't he supposed to be paralyzed or something? This will be a long fight. Titamon has 2 bars of health this time around and will be a proper menace. He'll start the fight by debuffing our defense and raising his attack to maximize the damage he does while charging his CP very fast. But the battle in itself isn't the only thing that will happen in this event. The action will be interrupted by many cutscenes, the first one being our operator being confused that none of these events are reported in our database despite being 8 years earlier than our timeline. Is this our fault? Has our time traveling impacted the world in a worse way? Our agent starts to lose her focus, which is noticed by Inori, and now she can't keep her secret and tells our friend that she's from the future, one that was destroyed because of Digimon infighting in the human world. While it's quite a shock, both of our friends answer favorably about our truth. Inori's still amazed at the journey we're going through, and it gives Aegiomon even more motivation to become a hero, so everything went better than expected, gaining our strength back to keep fighting. At this point, we're almost done with this first bar. You'll have to be careful of Titamon's unique attack because it can cause the injured status, making you unable to heal your Digimon until you get rid of the ailment, and the attack is quite strong. But it doesn't prevent us from draining the bar, which defeats Skullbalukimon. On his back foot, Titamon brings out Chronomon's treasure, as he didn't really absorb it yet, but this time he does.
From its very source.
In an explosion of power, he changes his physical form and resumes the fight with new powers unlocked. At this point, he becomes powerful and dangerous. His attacks hit quite different than in the previous part, but that's not the most dangerous thing about Berserk Titamon, as he now has part of Chronomon's power, which means he can now manipulate time somewhat. He'll use time powers when he uses his charge attack to charge it instantly and deal massive damage to our team, injuring them at the same time. It's really dangerous, but remember the thing we got from Simmons earlier? This little device can be used in this part and will react once Titamon uses his charge attack, preventing him from stopping time. As the boss's health dwindles, more cutscenes will play out. Our operator will warn us that he senses a space-time disturbance, probably caused by the Digimon conflict, while Inori has an existential crisis, seeing the events unravel in front of her eyes, making Aegiomon feel bad now that he knows her loss is because of Digimon. Yet, she doesn't hold a grudge against them. She's instead thankful that she's met Aegiomon because, as she says, she'd still be in a dark place if it wasn't for him. No. This conflict made Inori realize that the real enemy of the world is exactly this, conflict, because that's what takes people away, that creates sadness and anger. We have to defeat Titamon, and by the time these cutscenes happen, he should be on his last legs. Once the last blow is dealt, Chronomon's power will go haywire inside Titamon, making the space-time disturbance our operator warned us about grow exponentially. All seems lost, but Aegiomon does not falter.
The power of the treasure is the power of the hero, Chronomon.
If he is Chronomon reborn, as Junomon says, he should be able to take it back and control it.
Able to handle the power, even if it's out of control.
Thus, he manages to remove it from Titamon and take it onto himself, and the power doesn't fight back, entering his body. Then, a red beam of light ascends to the sky and creates a bright light that consumes both our agent and Inori, ending our trip in the human world. When we come to our senses, all of us are in the theater, Aegiomon being back to his champion form. No one seems there, but the locked door is not this time. Inside is a little room where the three children from the beginning of the game are, and this time we get their names. The boy is Kunlun, the girl in the middle is King Drassel, and the pink girl is Homeros. Oh. Seems like we got there by accident because of the time-space disturbance, and we learned that the current's redirection makes the pink girl sleepy. That's a big piece of information here. As pleasant that conversation was, they want us gone, and just like that, we're flung back into who knows where. Before going back to the real world, we can hear Mirei's voice explaining who those kids are. They are hosts, created by an even higher being, manifesting in child form so they can interact with us. This high being seeks balance, and the three hosts are responsible for managing it. Seeing all three together is rare, as it only happens when something goes really wrong, and they've been watching us, the agent, for quite some time. In the end, we're given the Crimson Dragon data fragment before being brought back into the human world along with Inori and Aegiomon to quite the audience. While we're being stared at, Inori and Aegiomon are looking around, feeling alienated, as the city they're looking at isn't the same as the one they're used to. It feels familiar, yet different. We know where we are. We're back to the future! Our operator manages to pick up, so the signal's good, and he confirms that we've jumped 8 years in the future, just before the Shinjuku Inferno, so not exactly home yet. There's something else that's strange. People know about Digimon, recognizing Aegiomon as one, and passing comments around, making him feel uneasy. Seeing this, Inori asks to pass by her house, as she's worried about her father and anywhere is better than here. On the way, we're constantly pestered by staring people, and one even has the gall to follow and record us. Shaking everyone off, we finally manage to come home to the surprise of not Kosuke but Hiroko for some reason. Seeing who's back, she falls to her knees and cries a river, understandably. How would you react if a loved one went missing for 8 years, then suddenly came back the same like if nothing ever happened? We sit down in the living room, Inori learning that her father hasn't come home since her disappearance. Hiroko looked after the place at his request in case Inori came back, but he never went back there himself, his mind probably shattered by the loss of his family to Digimon. We also learn a couple of things. Since the big explosion after beating Tidamon, a huge amount of Digimon poured out of there, and not all of them were friendly. That the big wall we've seen earlier is now called the Digimon District, or an isolation zone for Digimon, hence the reaction why Aegiomon was stared at so much, also confirming that the agent isn't exactly back in her world. Despite this, it means one positive thing: we can change the future. Furthermore, the Digimon found in the human world are handled by DSAT, an organization that uses force and military weapons to control Digimon, detaining them because they consider them a danger. From the sounds of it, public safety was repurposed. But that's enough negativity for one day. After all that gloom, it's time for us to tell Hiroko all about our adventures over dinner and end the day. Next morning, we decide to go sightseeing and get familiar with the new city, so we get outside and... hello DSAT. Some civilians reported Aegiomon to the authorities, who, in turn, came to apprehend him. A stern Shota Kuroi approaches, snatches our partner's hat, and confirms the Digimon report. He at least asks us to follow him without force, but before we do, we ask him if he remembers us. Which he does, slightly, yet when we mention Captain Kurimi, Kuroi gets emotional and answers that the captain is no more, having been killed by Digimon when they appeared 8 years ago. With that said, he takes us into custody and throws us in a research lab room while he decides what he'll do with us. It doesn't take long before we get let free by another familiar face. It's a bit difficult to recognize her with that new outfit, but we eventually remember her. Asuna Shiroki, the ex-teammate of Kuroi back in public safety. She explains that while the SAT may say that all Digimon are taken to the district, not all of them are sent there. She believes that some are delivered to the same underground base we're detained in right now to be used for other means. She also says that there's someone else we need to meet, and she's there to bring us to that person. Before leaving for good, we get to her room containing a chilling sight. Captured Digimon in capsules being analyzed, just as Shiroki doubted. We hear people coming, so we hide and get to see the new scientist in charge, Dr. Kuga, Dr. Simmons' assistant, who took her place when she left her post. He's more ruthless than her and isn't afraid to create casualties in the name of science, and seems to have some kind of pleasure or satisfaction by the way he talks. That creep. At this point, until the time frame here, you might see a drop in video quality. I usually turn off HDR on my PlayStation when I record because of an incompatibility between the feature and my recording device, making colors look washed out, and while I know I can configure it to correct this problem, I'm still quite the idiot when it comes to these kinds of configuration. I turned HDR back on, out of curiosity to check out differences with and without it for a new game, and forgot to turn it off before resuming recording, and realized it was still on after recording 9 hours of gameplay. I managed to correct colors via the handbrake software, which did a commendable job. But there's an apparent drop in quality since it was the first time I was trying it, so yeah. It's not like I had to re-record 18 hours of footage, which actually happened, but I at least wanted to let you know. If it bothers you, leave me a dislike and a harsh comment so I can learn from my mistakes. We finally get out by the robot hangar and escape via some creative means. Once we're far enough so it's safe to let our guard down, Shiroki puts us on the phone with the one who asked her to rescue us. None other than Dr. Simmons, who explains that she left her job at public safety when it became DSAT, as she was tasked with building a weapon to eliminate Digimon. Naturally, she refused, being disgusted by the task, mentioning that her inspiration, Dr. Yuki, would not be on board with this. So she knows our father. Once she left, she managed to make a new research space in a place called Rebellion Village and started a new research on the laws of the world, which she invites us to so we can meet her in person. Asuna also tells us that she doesn't share DSAT's ideal either and wants to stop them, which is a bit strange. She was Kuroi's partner some time ago. How did they decide to follow such different paths? A bit later, we reach Rebellion Village, who slightly looks like the human world version of Central Town. We do see some old friends from there as well. Talking to the Junomon reveals that Mirukimon's the leader of this new village. I wonder how he is. We're here to see Simmons, and that should stay a priority. We'll have more time to check things out once we get briefed. Her research space is quite limited, but it's still serviceable. Most of the details were given by Asuna, but she explains that she wanted to find a way to coexist with Digimon because of the agent's influence. Even some Digimon were worried about us when they knew we disappeared. We then tell her about our time travels, and the doctor can't help but to nerd out about how our adventures resemble those of the Agent Alpha anime, which Simmons knows very well. Asuna's suit is actually the outfit of one of the characters introduced in a live-action remake done in Simmons' home country. Aegiomon was right, she's definitely nutty. Back on the subject at hand, the doctor explains that she thinks that our time travel opened the way to the multiverse possibility, our actions splitting the timeline or something like that. I easily lose track when it comes to such bamboozling subject, until it gets back to the global collapse that happened in our world. From what Simmons says, it seems like it's also the trajectory of this timeline, and directs us to Mirukimonn for more details. We get to him, who's just in the next room, next to Simmons' research area, but the sight is not pretty. Many Digimon are lying down, wounded, and even Mirukimonn seems to be in pain. He still greets us pleasantly, but explains that he lost the war to the Titans who stormed their village. Some Digimon managed to escape to the human world, yet are still considered enemies here. They got underground where they settled and created Rebellion Village since. While they understand that some humans are willing to coexist, the majority are against it, seeing the amount of destruction they did voluntarily or not, making the Digimon at this world stuck in between two threats. If they don't face either of them, they will be done for, but we don't see it the same way since we know that this confrontation will bring the end of the world. So we suggest, Mirukimonn, we go to the Digimon world and see if we can come up with a solution that doesn't involve fighting. That doesn't convince the leader, saying a lot of Digimon here lived through loss, so he doesn't think they would follow the order not to fight back. Still, he believes that if they were to reclaim the major villages in their world, it would help with talks of peace on their side, so our first major objective on this timeline will be to travel to the Digimon world and see if there's any hope to talk things out. The gate is in the middle of the village and is still traversable, but before we get in, a Garurumon comes at us running with a request. We've seen Mirukimon's state, and there's word of a skilled healer in the Digimon world who isn't picky about her patient, as she will treat even Titans. That rings a bell. He implores us to find that healer so she can help cure the leader's wounds. Sure, we can add that mission to our list. And with this, we traverse the portal into the other world. It leads to the same sewers we were transported to 8 years ago, and they seem pretty normal. Until we get out of them and see the true state of Central Town. It's grey and gloomy, filled with trash and Digimon who can't care less. The good Digimon who stayed behind are treated like slaves, and no one bats an eye about it. It's really different than the town we knew, and not in a good way. We can still do some business. There's a Wendigomon who replaced the Junomon blacksmith that acts as a resource exchange, and most shops are still open at least. Anyway, the most likely place to try to talk to Digimon is the tavern, so we get there but no luck. No one's interested in peace talks. Until a certain Digimon decides to approach us, hearing about our pleas. This is Lanamon, a Digimon that does not exactly share the Titan's current regime, but talking with us, she realizes that we don't know much about them, seeing we're trying to talk, something most Titans don't care about, and invites us to a tour of the Digimon world. However, the train tracks are down once again, and for good this time, as the Factorial Town went over a massive change. But she has another means of transport to offer us. We meet with an old friend, Blimpmon, our Master Blimpmon. Having mentioned a healer to Lanamon, she suggests to start our tour by the Abyss, as we might cross paths with this healer. And so, we embark in the flying machine towards the village by the sea. During the flight, we wonder how Shellmon is doing, and in case you didn't catch it yet, she's the healer Garurumon was talking about earlier. Lanamon knows and has business with her as well, and let us know that Shellmon was persistent on peace talks. Since the Titan's objective was to redirect the current and accomplished it, anything else is less important to them, leading Shellmon to keep the sea village outside their grip. It feels like there's some hope on the horizon. However, upon arrival, the sight is far off what we remember. The sea turned reddish in color due to the changed flow of the current. The atmosphere of the village is heavy, the residents are depressed, and some of them don't look so good. We can talk to Shaojinmon and learn that the sea partly changed color due to the pollution now that the village is deprived of the current, hence why most Digimon look in bad shape. Yet, Titans are holding their word about not attacking the village, thankfully. Enemies here have also changed, being mostly Sukamon and Raremon, further polluting the nearby waters. Gross. It's been 8 years since we've last seen Xiaomon, so our friends wonder how she's doing after all this time. We enter the house and... whoa, hello you. This is Xiaomon, now called Venusmon, having refined her healing capabilities so much she digivolved into a master healer. Turns out she met Lanamon the same way she did Divermon back then, by healing without prejudice. Catching up would be nice, but now's not the time. Marukimon needs treatment in the human world, but Venusmon isn't willing to leave the Abyss for the moment, seeing how bad things are here. What's more, the ceasefire deadline with the Titans is fast approaching, so things are very delicate right now. Lanamon came prepared though, as Venusmon requested her to fetch a bottle of wine as an offering to the Titans as a gesture of goodwill. We will be tasked to take it to them as we're skilled negotiators, and we also know the way since we went there in the past. We then get a move on, but as we leave, Venusmon looks uneasy. Something smells fishy. We can call Waymon near the house and he answers the moment he hears the conch, yet seems worse for wear, losing his memory all the time, probably due to the pollution in the water. He still lifts us to the bottom of the sea, where things look mostly the same. Submerimon will join us to navigate the strong water flows right as we arrive, saying he'll bring us to the Titan leader, Neptunemon, while staying with us for protection as enemies here are getting antsy. With him, navigation to the Titan's village goes smoothly until we get close, where some Digimon look alert and others are wounded. Going a little further, Aegiomon senses something, and right on time, a huge Digimon appears and starts a battle. Skullsidramon is so huge that he can use his body parts to fight us. It starts with his back fins, which can negate and counter physical attacks, forcing us to switch to magic user to be able to hit him. You'll notice that we're not doing much damage as of yet, but it's normal at this stage of the fight. I'm not sure if it's the amount of damage or the number of hits that trigger the change, but eventually, the boss will switch the body parts he fights us with, showing his tail instead. This one reflects magic attacks, so we'll switch to physical attacker for that part. In the meantime, Junomon will attack with darkness and water attacks, having some buffs and debuffs as well. He does also get many turns early, so this can be a bother if you have Digimon weak to these elements, and since he gets a free turn each time he reflects an attack, it may seem like he attacks often. Once we're done with the tail, the next body part to fight will be, the feeler? Seriously, what is this? The good thing is there's no more reflect barrier, so now we can fight as we like. He'll still put up a great offensive, so be ready to heal or revive anytime, as during the next switch, he will reveal his head and begin to charge his big attack. This is the time to counter, as his CP bonuses will be inactive at this moment, leaving the boss at his most vulnerable, so our damage output will be at his highest. If you manage to break his charge, he'll go back to his spins, restarting the loop, getting more dangerous as his health goes down, but if you keep the pressure up, the boss won't have time to do a second charge. We can finally enter the Titan's hideout, where we can meet Neptunemon, who we recognize to be Divermon by the scar on his belly. He does remember us too, and seeing we're here to deliver a gift of peace, he accepts it with pleasure. He says that despite the deadline fast approaching, he doesn't want to fight with the villagers. He sent envoys to negotiate further, but he claims he never heard back from them. Before we get back to Venusmon, Neptunemon gives us the old scarf used to heal him, along a message to the healer that he will be eternally grateful for her help. That's a great thing now that we know the head of the Titans in the Abyss is one that wishes for peace, so hope to heal the land is growing. We get back to Venusmon to tell her the good news, that her offering was gladly accepted and we even have something for her. However, once the message and gift is delivered, she seems conflicted, so we get out of there to give her a bit of privacy. Maybe the emotional cost of seeing the scarf was a bit too much.
What have I done?
Back in the Abyss, Neptunemon is seen with cup in hand, about to taste the wine we brought him. Don't ask me how he can drink underwater, I don't know. Yet, once he takes the first sip, he chokes. Before he collapses, we can see the water progressively get redder and redder until his body gives out. Back on the surface, we can see the red in the water get more intense by the minute, to Venusmon's horror. The wine was poisoned, as she thought getting rid of the Titan leader would correct the pollution problem, but it just worsened instead. It gets so intense that the toxin gets in the air and unfortunately affects land Digimon and ultimately us, leaving us unconscious, or even worse. At the last second, a shadow appears and in a sudden flash, we're transported back in the in-between theater, alive and unharmed. Mirai then approaches and tells us what really happened. We were supposed to meet our end here, only to be saved by the shadow since that's not the path we were supposed to take. There's another outcome to this story. We're invited to the VIP room where the hosts will explain further. Homeros is still asleep because of the current's redirection, and despite having the power to, the two other hosts say that they can't intervene in the world of the others. Yet, the crisis we're experiencing is a bit unique. While they won't directly help, they can talk for their slumbering peer as she had some preparations going on for a while and has a message for us that King Drassel will relay. Use the power within you. That power is called the Akashic Vision, or the power to look at events in the form of a play, and the ability to rewind time and correct the state of things to get the best outcome to restore order to our world. This theater serves this purpose, as it is part of what Homeros prepared. We're then invited to the showroom where our first screening will play. This is the story of Shelmon, a skilled healer with a selfless heart, healing anyone that needs it, no matter where they come from. One day, she rescued a Divermon, an enemy who had a change of heart, seeing the kindness of his savior, and became a good friend to the healer. Unfortunately, the rest of the Titans kept their offensive, ultimately driving Shelmon out of the village. Seeing her tears and distress caused Divermon to take a stand, successfully driving out the enemy from the village. Throughout the years, Divermon became the respectable Neptunemon, known to be the ruler of the seas. Eventually, a new Digimon called Venusmon would come to the village, and unbeknownst to Neptunemon, This Digimon was, in fact, the evil form of Shellmon. Thinking that he was a nefarious titan, Venusmon sent a poisoned wine to Neptunemon, who drank it and perished. She only knew the truth once it was too late, and the guilt she felt destroyed her completely. By that time, the beautiful waters surrounding the village became a toxic environment, transforming the once lively waters into a poisonous bog instead. This is a tragic outcome, but the Akashic Vision is the power to rewrite events, the trigger being the Dark Shadow, so in the end, it wasn't an enemy at all. This means that the Digimon we've seen at the screening are more important than it appears, and we have a chance to change the course of history to save them. By exiting the theater, we'll go back to a point in time where there's still time to act. This time being transported back to the village right after we've delivered the wine. Proof is right in front of our eyes. The sea isn't as red as it was, and we have the same conversation with Xiaojinmon than the one we had when we first arrived. Surprisingly, we can find Venusmon close to Master Blimpmon, so we warn her about the poisonous wine, which she feigns ignorance at first, but it's clear we know, so she comes clean and says it was only supposed to be a sedative for leverage and negotiation. It was not to kill anybody. To be sure, we'll go fetch the wine back before it's too late. Wait a minute, why is Master Blimpmon's getting ready to lift off? We got on board before it's too late, but the blimp isn't lifting in the air, it's staying in the water like a boat. While we wonder what's happening, we get back to reality by a cry from Venusmon, having found an unreasonable amount of poison nearby. And it's not the sedative type, it's of the potent variety. Venusmon connects the dots as the culprit shows her face. It was Lanemon's plan all along. Yes, it's what you think, we've been double-crossed. Even Venusmon was none the wiser, as Lanemon lies started the moment they met, when she was nursed back to health. One thing she said was true though, she dislikes fighting like the Titans are currently doing. She's more of the type to get her way without fighting, like by poisoning her enemies.
Now that the jig is up, I can't exactly let you guys live now, can I?
Right away, you can notice that Lanemon doesn't have a big health bar like a boss. Well, that's because she isn't, although she's annoying enough to be at least mini-boss level. Since she's a neutral type, we can take advantage of ours to hit harder or reduce damage, and her unique skill, Rain Stream, hits the whole party and poisons them, also being able to use it multiple times in a row. Poison is the least of my worries, it only hurts Digimon for a percentage of their health, so it's much more effective on enemies than us. Additionally, we have support from Venusmon who can heal the party, remove poison or debuff the enemy if we're in a good condition. While it might seem like a tricky fight, we have a little exploit we can take advantage of now that we can change Aegiomon to his ultimate form. He now has the skill Lightning Power, a technique that's effective on aquatic enemies such as Lanemon, and also has the ability to reduce lightning resistance for a while. And if you have other Digimon that can use lightning, it creates offensive opportunities that can deal impressive amounts of damage. When it's clear Lanemon can't win, Venusmon implores her to stop, but she snaps. She blames Chronomon's curse, because it banished Titans to the depth of the Digi-world, and they had to live in darkness ever since. Seeing normal Digimon live in the bounty of the current made them bitter and spiteful, just like this one, who swears she'll be back. But what did she mean by the Chronomon's curse? Venusmon explains that Titans once committed a grave sin, and were banished to the underworld by Chronomon. That sin being trying to take the world for themselves, corroborating with Junomon's story of the hero. The reason they covet the current is because of the sheer lack of resources in the lands under, often leading to horror and tragedy. Looking at it under this light, it explains Lanemon's bitterness but certainly doesn't forgive her actions. Now that Venusmon fully trusts us with our future shenanigans, we go back to Doc Blimpmon at the village and hurry to Neptunemon before it's too late. We're just in time to prevent the tragedy, as Venusmon stops Neptunemon just before he takes a sip. Yet I still don't understand how you can drink underwater and reunite the old friends together in a touching reunion. Now that they're back... Oh hey Lanemon. Saving Neptunemon was the last thing she wanted, as it was the only part of her plan that could have worked. Now she has nothing left and despair's setting in. She explains that the only time she was commended was when she tricked and killed a human, and clearly remembers the moment. It was a leader called Captain. Captain? You mean she's the one who dispatched Captain Kurumi and the Digimon responsible for Kuroi's disdain of their kind? Well, now we have a reason to go all out, but before that, Lanamon will digivolve to Kalmaramon, the actual boss to get rid of and save the ocean. While she loses her poison abilities, Kalmaramon gets even stronger than her previous form, with an option to buff her offensive power and critical rate. On our side, we'll have the support of both Venusmon and Neptunemon, who has a unique attack with quite the name.
Vortex penetration!
Early on, we'll have a cutscene starting with Aegiomon asking the boss about her ultimate goal, to which she responds, total control of the Abyss area. Since Neptunemon kept putting back his mission to control the current, the Titan leader decided he couldn't be trusted and sent Lanamon on a mission to get rid of him. We got involved only because we're humans, since Lanamon's still high on her first success and wanted to keep the ball rolling, hence why she approached us at the tavern when we first met her. Back to the fight, you'll notice that Kalmaramon has a high defense stat and it may drag the fight along for a while. Lightning Pile doesn't work as well on her than it did on Lanamon, but it's still useful nonetheless. Before she starts charging, she'll debuff our accuracy to give her a better chance to fully charge. That mantle is resistant to a lot of elements but is weak to light, which Venusmon can use. In contrast to the boss, the mantle has much less HP, so even if attacks miss, there's a good chance you'll drain the bar anyway. Afterwards, the fight loops around, but if her health bar is under half by this point, you should be able to prevail before the second charge attempt. Now, it's finally done. Kalmaramon has no energy left, no life force to expand. Before she expires, Venusmon approaches and asks one last time if everything she said to her was a lie. The boss replies that what really drove her was jealousy. Venusmon's selflessness and kindness irked her so much only because Lanamon didn't have what she did. There's one piece of information that was useful, however. We've learned that Neptunemon really did defy his orders because he didn't want to attack the village due to the friendship he had with Shelmon all those years ago. He also reveals that he was motivated to find her back to tell her how grateful he was, as he never expressed his thanks properly before this moment. And now that we drove out the Titans, the Abyss area can be considered liberated, as well as reuniting two friends together, ending our struggle to save the day. We'll be transported at the theater, where a mural will appear along two crystals, representing Neptunemon and Venusmon, our first apostles of Iliad. We are explained by Mireille its significance. Before Homeros fell asleep, she released the Sacred Current, or the ability to use its near-limitless power. This is something more powerful than anything we've seen in the world, so much so that it cannot be wielded properly by one Digimon. This is where the apostles come into play. The bonds we share with them will create a vessel able to contain the power so it can be used properly. Aegiomon can even tap in this power right now, as he unlocks a new ultimate form right in front of our eyes. Indeed, Aegiomon isn't limited to his lightning form. As we find more apostles, we'll unlock more forms to help Aegiomon become even more versatile depending on the situation, getting fragments we can equip on him so he starts into that particular form without having to manually do it. Exiting the theater brings us back to the sea village, where Venusmon is waiting for us, as she says we disappeared right after we won the fight. Neptunemon stayed in the sea, keeping the remaining Titans in check, and reopened the current so things can finally start to heal for real in the Abyss. Now that things are looking up, we can get to the next reason we came here, Mirukimon's health. Master Blimpmon also starts talking again now that we dealt with Lanamon, as he was threatened to do as she says and had to keep it shut. So now that he's free again, he'll act as our main means of transport in the Digimon world. During the flight, we wonder about all this time traveling, mentioning that it started to happen since Aegiomon absorbed Chronomon's power back when we fought Titamon 8 years ago. That may be so, but Aegiomon doesn't feel like he's in control of the power. Our operator isn't really stoked about this power though. Someone able to control the flow of time can become really dangerous and warns us to be even more careful about the next steps to take. Once down on the ground, he calls back with even more warnings. Adamus has deemed Aegiomon as a S-class anomaly, or in other words, a threat to the world. He could change things as we know them in a heartbeat and make someone disappear without any trace or memory of this person existing, meaning that our friend could very well become our enemy if things keep going like that. At Rebellion Village, we're greeted by Simmons who tell us that things here are not going well. Mirukimon's state is worsening, and Digimon are increasingly panicking seeing their leader's health in critical condition. Upon examining him, Venusmon doesn't have any good news to tell either. The poison that affects Mirukimon is the same type as Lanamon's poison. There is a cure, but its main ingredient is rare and only found in Gear Forest, a fruit called Carpus Hule. I think I know where we're going next. We'll be able to check on Bacchusmon and Sirenmon in the meantime, so we embark on a journey to the Gear Forest. Things do not look good. The forest is all withered and the trees are in a bad shape, probably meaning that something's wrong here, so we need to check out on the village. Remember the Palmon we needed to cross the islands? Well, she's now a Rosemon and started a transportation business, asking for 100 yen each time we use the service. Don't worry about being drained out of cash. You can target the floating Lalamon as they give 150 yen each. On the way to the village, we'll cross paths with some Digimon being attacked. While we help them, Griffomon, previously Hawkmon, will swoop in and give us a hand. Once done, he confirms our fear. The village is in bad shape. We need to hurry. Aside from the conventional fights, there's not much to do, so we'll make a beeline to the village and... oh, it's really not good, is it? It's quiet. The fanfare of celebrating and carefree Digimon has been replaced by an unnerving silence. Maybe there's someone at the World Tree? There's no fog in between the shrine and the village. Cherrimon looks half asleep and confused, but the worst is yet to come. As we enter the sanctuary, we find Bacchusmon, surrounded by graves. Everyone's gone except him. His fortitude was his hubris. He thought that he could stand up to the Titans without worry, and his carelessness was his downfall. The enemy attacked when Bacchusmon was asleep, and found his lifeless friends once he woke up, sending him into a spiral of despair. He blames himself for the loss of this village, and won't forgive himself either. The barrel he's drinking contains poison, and we arrive just about when it took effect.
How'd you do that?
Bacchusmon's life is snuffed out right in front of our eyes.
Nothing. That's what.
A life without anyone to party with is a life not worth living. Those were Bacchusmon's last words before giving up. While that's a tragedy and a half, it's at this moment that the shadow appears, meaning that there's something we can change here, and so Aegiomon reaches out, transporting us back in the in-between theater, where another Akashic vision will play. Bacchusmon, the leader of the forest people, had a love for spirits as strong as the power that dwelled within him. With this strength, along the support of his close friend Sirenmon, he had no troubles defending his village and the World Tree from the numerous attacks of the Titans, always celebrating in lavish parties filled with song and alcohol after each successful defense. However, as time passed, these parties became his Achilles heel, and Titans crafted a plan to take advantage of his drunkenness, and one day put the entire village to sleep, Bacchusmon included. When he woke up, everyone was gone, being victims of the Titans. Blaming himself for his critical carelessness, Bacchusmon ended it all via poison, extinguishing the sounds of happiness and celebration forever. Once we leave the theater, we're back into the forests. Inori and Aegiomon celebrates, but Party Pooper here isn't sharing their joy, constantly reminding us that the power to rewind time is dangerous and that our father was a victim of it. Somewhat, probably, yada yada, stops saying Aegiomon will become a threat and hinting that we'll have to deal with him sooner or later. Getting to the same fight confirms that we are earlier than previously, as the Digimon looked less tired than before, and instead of Griffamon joining us, it's going to be Lotusmon, or the evolved form of Floramon. We're going to get to the village using a different path as well, and when we get to it, we find the residents alive and yawning. It doesn't take long before everyone falls asleep under mysterious circumstances. Even Bacchusmon is snoring, and soon enough, we find ourselves afflicted by the same drowsiness as everyone else, falling into a deep slumber. The group find themselves into a shared dream. Even Lotusmon is present, saying she knows what kind of power is in play. We're in the domain of the one using the spell. We will have to find the exit by passing those light pillars who teleport us to different places depending on the side you touch it. On the way, we'll join forces with Bacchusmon and find the master of this space who goes by the name of Witchmon. She's a follower of Titamon, and recognizing Aegiomon, she gets mad since her leader has disappeared after our battle in Shinjuku and swears that she'll avenge him. If it wasn't obvious enough, the main obstacle in this fight will be the sleep ailment. Witchmon will use Idle Bubble a lot and use magic attacks to great efficiency. Being a data type, Aegiomon will be at a disadvantage, so either use him as a support or use character reversal to cancel the weakness. Otherwise, she won't do much else and Bacchusmon will carry the fight, so bring out your best virus Digimon and be ready to wake them up often. Just like Lanamon, Witchmon curses Aegiomon, saying that he won't get rid of the Titans so easily, claiming the curse will always lead them back to him, before vanishing from our mind, releasing the village from its slumber. We explain to Bacchusmon that we just foiled an enemy trap, but there's no time to celebrate yet. Their actual target is the World Tree, where Sirenmon is holding the fort, so we need to hurry and help her before the worst come to pass. Fortunately, we arrived just in time as Tyrant Kabuterimon was gloating, seeing he had the high ground. We'll have to face one last threat before saving the Gare Forest, and we're in the best position to do so now that we're reunited.
This is our party space!
The boss is strong, but that's about it. There's nothing else that makes this one different than a normal boss fight. Tyrant Kabuterimon will mainly focus his attack on Sirenmon, but he does have some party-hitting moves. His unique attack, Shine of B, hits especially hard. Even if he can build up CP, he won't use a charge move. Instead, he'll raise his physical, elemental resistances, and attack power, signaling that he's going to use his unique attack on his next turn, giving you time to prepare your defenses. Sirenmon and Bacchusmon will help a lot. Sirenmon can debuff and put ailments on the boss, while Bacchusmon will keep bashing on him with powerful attacks. The main reason for this fight is to focus on these two, laying their heart bare, as even if they had the same mission, the weight of the task made Bacchusmon so stressed that he started drinking and couldn't stop, while Sirenmon was watching, aware of what was happening but never did step in to help and support the way Bacchusmon needed. Despite the rift it created between them, they are able to forgive one another of their downfalls, looking forward to the party this victory will bring instead, now more motivated than ever to protect what matters most, making Bacchusmon evolve to an even stronger form, able to rip Tyrant Kabuterimon apart. Sadly, we were a bit too late as Sirenmon collapses the moment the battle ends. She spent a bit too much energy waiting for Bacchusmon to wake up. They'll have to separate once more the time she recuperates, as she won't die per se, but will need some time to regain life energy. Even at this moment, both Digimon keep apologizing to one another, as this event made them shake their personal negativity out, just a little bit too late. With a promise to hear her songs again, Sirenmon then disappears into the soil, leaving a sprout in her place. Grateful for her presence, Bacchusmon will wait for her as long as needed, now reassured that he and his partner are back on the same page. We've successfully saved the Gare Forest and found our third apostle, unlocking yet another form for Aegiomon, gaining a plain form this time around. Exiting the theater brings us back to the village where Bacchusmon was searching for us everywhere. We are esteemed guests for this celebration after all. The festivities couldn't start until we were present. Everybody is celebrating our victory. It would be rude to decline the invitation, so we'll join the party for a while. We then fast forward to after the feast, where Aegiomon comments on Bacchusmon's appetite. He can't believe how much that Digimon can eat. Inori is very happy about this outcome, giving her a glimpse of a peaceful world, all thanks to Aegiomon's power. Seeing what he can do with it, he then tells her that if he eventually gets a better grip on this ability, he'd like to rescue Inori's mother and brother from their untimely demise, which is a noble thought for sure, but Party Pooper just had to butt in, reminding us of how dangerous it is to use a godlike power for personal whims. We get interrupted by stairs though. Inori and Aegiomon are waiting for us to join them back for the rest of the festivities, as the party will keep going as the night settles in. The scene then changes, where we are all sitting together in another moment of bonding, Aegiomon sleeping soundly but still thinking about protecting Inori, unsurprisingly by that point. We ask her how she feels now that we've been in the Digimon world for a while, and she answers that most of her negative feelings have dissipated, saying how we helped her get out of her dark mind space and find new ways to live life, now feeling better than ever. That little burst of energy woke Aegiomon up, but Inori takes the opportunity to bring him into the conversation, recalling their talk on the rooftop about Constellation, entertaining the thought that these heroes and gods might have been inspired by Digimon, that maybe other humans stumbled upon their world and came back with inspiration. The rest of the conversation revolves around more of the same, so we'll skip to the next day, where Bacchusmon confirms the current is slowly getting back to normal, probably helped by Sirenmon's influence. But this also means that the fruit of Carpos Hule, or the main reason we got here in the first place, is unavailable until the forest regrows, so we'll go back to Rebellion Village for the moment and report back to Merukamon. And report back to Merukimon. While we haven't found the compound for his cure, we still liberated the forest village from the Titan threat, so there's that. During the talk, our operator calls with somewhat bad news. Adamas's higher-ups have reached a consensus. Aegiomon, his time-traveling powers, and Inori are now considered threats to humanity and wants to get rid of them. They don't require us to do anything yet, since there's still the chance that he could prevent the Shinjuku Inferno, but patience wears thin at HQ, signaling that a crucial turning point is closing in at a startling pace. Inori notices we don't look good and even doubts us when we try to shake it off, but Aegiomon interrupts the scene, saying we were given a new task: to get to Factorial Town and liberate it from the Titan's clutch to help with ceasefire negotiations. Setting aside our feelings for the moment, we move on to our next destination to see what's in store for us. This place has seen the most radical change. It's not even close to what it was 8 years ago. Factorial Town has now become a tourist destination. One side is called the Paradise Colosseum, the other is some sort of amusement park, highlighting Kokuamon as the hero who once liberated the area in the past. Talking to Xvmon and Stingmon reveals that the champion of the arena is called Calismon, formerly known as Big Bearmon. Big Bearmon? We know the guy! Xvmon let us know that the big brother joined the Titans in order to gain strength, and now he's at the top of this arena, awaiting the challenge of anyone who would dare step up. Not only that, but we also get some info on Little Bearmon. Seems like he escaped the digital world, meaning he probably followed the others along with Merukimon when they retreated from Central Town. Since he was the most reasonable of the two, we might get some more information from Little Bearmon, so we backtrack to Rebellion Village to see if we can find him. When in need of information, the best Digimon to ask are Junomon, and asking one doesn't disappoint. We can pinpoint Little Bearmon's location in Shinjuku's underground arena. It's in the Digimon district, so we'll need Pegasusmon's help to reach the place. We can see it being crowded and under heavy surveillance, but Pegasusmon brings us directly to the arena, so we don't need to wander aimlessly. We can ask about Bearmon at the counter and learn that he now goes by the name of Grappleomon and is one of the finest fighters here. If we want to meet him, we'll first have to prove our mettle by joining some fights in their arena, so we oblige and get into the fray. we'll need to fight multiple rounds against various teams of Digimon, recovering in between every match, so it's not very challenging and none of the fights are worth a mention. Until we get to Aegiomon, who we can definitely confirm as Little Bearmon, since the first thing he mentions is his big bro, so we found our target. Turns out he cannot compete with us, and that's not even close. Once he's knocked down, we ask him if he remembers who we are, which he does after a moment. He tells us he lost contact with his brother ever since Central Town was attacked, and doesn't know his whereabouts, criticizing Minervamon's inaction regarding taking their town back. He's been training ever since in this Colosseum to raise his strength even further, to keep his promise to his brother and be ready to counterattack once the time is right. We then let him know that his brother is now the champion of another Titan-controlled arena in the Digimon world, sending Aegiomon into dismay. How could his brother stray from the path they once promised to keep? We invite him to come to the Colosseum with us, maybe he will be able to get through his brother and get the answer he seeks. As we prepare for departure, Inori receives a call from Hiroko asking us to come see her at a certain place in the city. It has to be now, as she's scared we're going to disappear on her again, prompting us to accept her plea. Aegiomon has preparation to do on his end, so it's settled. We're going to meet up later in front of the gate in Rebellion Village. Once we're at Hiroko's meeting point, she announces that she's made enough money streaming to start making anime, her primary dream before getting into content creation, and that her focus on the paranormal changed after Inori disappeared. She instead searched for a way to reach out to her friend no matter where she went, and that the anime culminating her 8 years of work will play on the screen in this area, so we better be here tomorrow to watch it play, as she's really insistent on it. We promise to be back here next day, and then depart for our second meeting with Aegiomon. Turns out Lil Bearmon decided not to wait for us, leaving a message to Junomon saying that we're not to be involved in the matter, that it concerns only the brothers. Aegiomon expects the gruesome fight. We have to hurry to the Colosseum and stop him before it's too late. On arrival at Factorial Town, we can see that panic has set in as we cross the XVmon and Stingmon we talked to earlier, who tell us that Calismon lost control of himself and went berserk, attacking the crowd. It all happened after he exchanged words with the challenger Aegiomon. He just went haywire and directed his attacks towards the spectators so aggressively that some of them never had the chance to escape. Unfortunately, Aegiomon is part of the casualties, meaning we failed to reach him. In a burst of despair, Aegiomon calls out to his power, wishing for it to activate, and what do you know? The shadow appears and our friend wastes no time reaching out to it. This is the tale of two brothers, linked by an unbreakable bond. One admired the other, while the older cherished the younger. Through this bond, they swore to become strong, training and growing together. One day, however, Titans attacked their home, and while they defended it with all their might, it was clear that they were not a match against the assailants. They lost their fight and were separated in the ensuing chaos. Time went on, and the little brother kept his promise, continuing to train, becoming a fine warrior. Unfortunately, the search for his sibling yielded no result, turning his sadness into a fiery rage, finding solace only in fighting and hating the Titans ever more with each passing day. The brothers did find themselves eventually, but by then it was too late. All that waited was violence and loss. After the screening, we turned back time to just before Hiroko's call, deciding not to pick up this time and confront Aegiomon instead, since we know he wants to go and fight his brother without us. He tries to argue, but Inori steps in, knowing what it is to lose a brother, and convinces him to stop trying to go alone and accept our help. He concedes and promises to count on us from now on, and so we make our way to the Paradise Colosseum together. The reception area of the place looks like a dance floor with all those neon lights, but we're not here to boogie, we're here to talk to Calismon. The guy at the counter almost laughs in our face but keeps it professional and informs us that if we ever want to meet Calismon, it's going to be in the pit once he decides we're worthy of it. we'll have to register and fight in the same way than earlier, but with stronger opponents. It's still nothing challenging and we have Aegiomon with us, so we quickly make our way to the top. After one of the matches, Aegiomon will show us a bit of gratitude, being glad to see we're willing to help him and his brother, showing that the built-up rage is slowly dissipating. Nevertheless, it's clear he's exhausted and Aegiomon suggests that he let us take care of his brother, to which he obviously refuses and calls Kalismon, taunting him out as we know he's watching.
Bro, I know you're watching. I'll give you a beating you'll never forget.
The brute then leaps out, but is already looking conflicted. Aegiomon then softens his tone, trying to appeal to the good side still present in the monster, showing he fulfilled his vow, but demands to know what happened to him.
Look what you've become now. What happened to you?
The effect of seeing and hearing his brother is so intense that Kalismon loses control and charges in, Berserk once more, but this time, we're here and ready for him. Kalismon is a powerful opponent, but he does not have as much HP as one would expect. The trade-off is that as his health goes down, his attack power will raise, making him progressively more dangerous. He can act a lot too, and may prove a bit overbearing if your Digimon are under-leveled. He'll use his charge attack quite early too, but the gun is weak to electric and water attacks, making it easy to break since they're common elements to come across. At the half-health mark, we'll get a cutscene where Aegiomon calls to his brother again, asking how it came to this, and surprisingly, it works. Kalismon manages to respond in a clear way that he accepted a deal. If he accepted to give his body to science, he would have the guarantee that his little brother would stay safe, but as we know, it was a ruse into which Big Bearmon fell for. Guilt then strikes the little brother, thinking his sibling's state is his fault, but Inori steps in again, telling him that Kalismon made this choice out of love, because he cares about him, releasing Aegiomon from guilt as fast as it took him, and found the strength to digivolve into Minervamon, his final form. With his newfound energy, he challenges his brother once again, ready to knock back some sense into him. Despite Minervamon's unique attack having the most effectiveness on the boss, Kalismon still hits like a truck and it gets pretty scary towards the end, but we pull through and finish the big guy, prevailing over the champion of the Colosseum. While circumstances aren't the best, the brothers are finally reunited. Kalismon's mind has cleared, expressing how proud he is to see that his brother kept his promise. With the last of his energy, he said that other Digimon were modified like him and implores his brother to put a stop to it, to see that no one else falls victim to this gruesome fate. It sounds like he's going to die, but he doesn't disappear in the scene, so maybe we'll see him again. Whether that's the case or not, that's the story of our fourth apostle. 8 more to go. Before getting out of the theater, we'll share a scene between our group where Inori praises Aegiomon for getting the hang of his time-altering powers, to which he answers that once he masters it, he'll bring her brother back, mentioning that he would love to watch his favorite anime together. That includes Inori and us to our surprise, being an agent and all, but it seems obvious to them that we should be there too. Unfortunately, Party Pooper didn't like what he heard, reminding us that Aegiomon and Inori are supposed to be considered threats, creating a divide we won't be able to hide for much longer. Anyway, exiting the theater brings us back to the lobby of the Colosseum, where we're greeted by some fans and the receptionist mentioning the Omni Carnival or the arena side quest. From now on, you can fight other teams in the Colosseum, some being unlocked by advancing quests. They'll give you small rewards each, and a big one if you manage to win them all. We have more important stuff to do though. We have to report to Minervamon, but tension can be felt the moment we enter Rebellion Village, as if something was in the works. Minervamon looks worse by the day and confirms our fears. They heard Titans are making preparations to raid Rebellion Village and so are making their own to storm Factorial Town before they act. It seems like Titans don't intend on stopping after taking this place, as they also intend to invade the human world in the process, and that must be avoided at all costs. While we want to follow them, he states otherwise, mentioning that he also heard that humans also are plotting something and asks us to go there while they attack the Titans to guard their back. Dr. Simmons will fill us in on the details. It appears that she got wind that DSAT are actually in the process of activating a big weapon, aka that huge robot, and intend to use it on Rebellion Village first, as they want to get rid of all Digimon in the human world. Since one of the commanders is Inori's dad, maybe we would be able to get through him and cancel the process. We've seen the machine already. It's the one in the underground where we escaped with Asuna when we were captured. We then get teleported there, where we can find Kosuke, to which Inori shouts at. Once he realizes who it is, his expression changes. She tries to get to him, to appeal to his reasonable side, and it almost works, but Kosuke passed the point of no return already. With a painful expression, he tells his guards to capture us, much to his daughter's horror. The commander then calls Kuroi, stating there's a change in plans. They sense the space-time disturbance of the Titans approaching, and they need to act now, forwarding the activation of the machine. With the last moments he has, he explains that he lost everything to Digimon, and that grief transformed into a thirst for vengeance. Kuroi also shares this perspective, hence why he was eager to get on with the mission. Then, he launches the order to attack any hostile Digimon appearing from the portal.
Eliminate any potential hostiles that appear on the roof.
Things are getting out of control again. We're heading right into another catastrophe. Inori tells us to escape. She'll stay behind and try to stop her father, so we manage to slip away while the guards are distracted by the order. On the way to the surface, we're separated from Aegiomon for some undisclosed reason, so we're stuck in the Digimon district without our friends. As Party Pooper points out, we're reliving part of the events that happen in our timeline in a different perspective, seeing the Blue Metal Greymon rampage about. While things are slightly different in this timeline, it's moving towards the same result: total destruction. At this moment, the operator gives the signal. Our mission is now to dispose of Aegiomon and Inori. Come on! How do you expect us to turn on a dime and accept this order given what we went through? We argue for a bit and the operator concedes. He knew we would refuse and anticipated the answer, having already thought of ways to buy us time while we try to resolve things on our end. We will have problems with the organization after a time, so we'll have to be ready for it. On the way, we are intercepted by Junomon, who has bad news. Marukimon perished on the field of battle, meaning that they officially lost their war. He sacrificed his life so the others could escape and seal the gate, but that won't stop the Titans from finding another gate to invade from, pointing towards the gate at the top of the government building. This is worst case scenario all over again. We need to hurry, but there's so many more aggressive Digimon this time around. Is this a reaction to our time traveling? Our operator compares them to antibodies reacting to an irregularity, pointing out that the influx of Digimon we noticed when searching for the egg might have been that reaction, trying to find and destroy the anomaly. After a while, a party of flying Digimon finds the agent and offers her a lift, since it's quite dangerous on foot. Embarking on Birdramon, we take to the skies towards the government building. During the flight, we are warned by a growing space-time disturbance, and as we approach the roof, we can see Inori and Aegiomon being there as well, being harassed by the giant robot. Then, the fist appears from another portal and slams into the robot, triggering the Shinjuku Inferno once again, engulfing us in a bright light, just like the first time. However, something's different. Aegiomon and Inori are there too, and Inori is being sucked into a crack of this space.
I'm being sucked in! Inori!
Despite Aegiomon's best efforts, he fails his rescue attempt, powerlessly watching his friend disappear in front of his eyes. This sends him into a frenzy, digivolving into his shadow form and trying to go after Inori while the agent disappears without them. We reappear in the theater, and this time we are by our lonesome. Mireille approaches, stating that we made a wrong choice somewhere down the line and to sit down, as the Akashic Vision will still play for us. This is the story of Minervamon, the valorous leader. His strength and kindness attracted many a Digimon to him, and with time, created a small village that eventually became Central Town, teeming with life. Yet, peace could not last, as the Titans eventually found and attacked the village. While they put a valiant defense, Minervamon was poisoned by an arrow during the conflict, forcing him and those who could to retreat to the human world, leaving their city into Titan hands. There, they rallied their forces to try and retake their land, but the poison was still eating at the leader, weakening him before the upcoming battle. When the time came, they stormed their village in a desperate attempt at retaking what's theirs, but it was fruitless. Seeing the futility in their actions, Minervamon gave his life in order for the rest of his allies to be able to flee, leaving the dream of reclaiming the village scattered into the winds. We're then transported back to Rebellion Village before the attack, but notice anything different? We're still alone, and Venusmon found the fruit needed to cure Minervamon, so not only did we travel in the past, it was altered as well. Sounds like what we saw before being teleported at the theater stayed the course, but our operator is surprised by the fact we traveled in time without Aegiomon's power. Thinking about it, weren't we alone too the first time we time traveled? We might have made a mistake in our judgment along the way. Aegiomon might not be the key to time travel after all. Before going to talk to Minervamon, we refresh what we know about the Shinjuku Inferno. Now that we know how all three factions move, it becomes clearer where we need to act to prevent going towards the tragedy. As our operator talks, the line suddenly cuts. We've lost connection. At that moment, Minervamon notices we're here, alone, so he assumes we're here to talk to him, which he is right. He tries to tell us about his plan, but we already know, and it's going to fail due to his state. We try to explain that we're from the future, and we don't have time to explain, but that's quite hard to believe. We double down on our words, putting the leader in an uneasy position, but agrees to delay their attack, even though some are already engaged the enemy. Then, Venusmon enters the room with the fruit of Carpos Hula in hand, found under Sirensmon's sapling. With this, she gets to work and creates the antidote in no time, applies it to Minervamon, and bang, he is on his feet again, as if he was never sick to begin with. With his recovered strength, he's now ready to rally the troops with even more motivation, seeing their leader back in shape. We're now ready to take back Central Town, and this time, the agent will follow. We join back with Minervamon in the digital world, where the battle is already raging. With the highest confidence, he jumps into the fray, prompting us to do the same and assist where we can. Some of them don't really need the help, such as Pandemonium and Starmon, who get rid of the enemy without breaking a sweat, and others are not exactly in the mood for fighting. Some areas are blocked, so we'll move where we can, facing a huge Aegiomon. But when we deal with it, his bulk blocks passage, forcing us to backtrack only to be stopped by a Junomon saying to get on the higher levels via ladders to keep moving forward. We'll face some more foes as we move, and we'll hear our friends doing the same, confirming that things are going well on their end. We'll join up with Minervamon farther in, who's facing a peculiar foe. This enemy doesn't make much sense when he talks, but the way he does makes me think he knows a lot, and might even be one of the bigger threats we'll need to face. Perhaps later, but for now, he summons an oversized Venom Miatismon to entertain us. Minervamon will join us for the full fight, not arriving at the 11th hour this time around. The boss looks intimidating, but he's nothing special really. Either use vaccines or do what I did. Bring out your datas and reverse the boss's typing to make them powerful, helping Minervamon deal even more damage as well. Venom Miatismon will use attacks that apply elements, which can put our team in disarray so as a failsafe, keep a Digimon that can heal ailments in backup and bring it out when needed, or brute force the fight so the boss doesn't have any time to set up and be a pain. The other evil Digimon seems pleased that we've prevailed, and addressing directly to us, says that he will wait for us in the place where laws of time are engraved. Yes, the guy is probably a puppet master. No matter, now that he has retreated, this means that our attack was a resounding success. With a victory cry, Minervamon then declared we've successfully taken back Central Town, cementing him as our 5th apostle. Weird, everything is still moving on as normal despite Aegiomon's absence. At least, things are still moving in the right direction. Before leaving the theater, we get a voice message. Wait, a message? It's Party Pooper, he's alright! Oh, it's not good news. Turns out HQ has been swallowed by a space-time anomaly, taking our operator and the organization we work for with it. That also means we do not have a home to go back to anymore, making us a literal stranger in time. Worst of it all is the loss of Party Pooper. While he always had just the thing to burst our bubble, he's also the one who kept our feet grounded and made sure we stayed our course. I'm going to miss the guy. For now, let's get back to Central Town and join up with the Digimon there. Minervamon's back on his throne, yet doesn't have a face that screams celebration. He understands that if what we said is true about the future, then we've only delayed the inevitable. Taking back Central Town might have temporarily stopped the Titans, but it won't stop them forever from trying to get to the human world. Since they're so focused on the offensive, Minervamon thinks the defenses of the underworld must be thinner than usual, so we are granted access to the underworld to meet the leader of the Titans called Junomon and try to open negotiations. The land of Titans look as drab as it sounded. It's grey and uninviting, being filled with hostile Digimon of all sorts, except for a talkative but worried Aegiomon, claiming that Junomon has been acting weird lately, but gets cold feet anytime he thinks about going and ask him. Since we're here to go see the leader, we offer him to join us. Some company would be nice. He accepts and asks us to give him our best shot, whatever that means. See, the underworld is divided in pieces, a bit like Gear Forest, and Aegiomon can jump from piece to piece, but he needs a bit of cringe to get started. I'll let him tell you.
Ah! I'm talking about some empty, meaningless sweet talk, Glurp. The fakest, phoniest, full of Sukamon compliment you can think of, Glurp.
So we do. And he barfs everywhere on arrival. That's a side effect of his cringing. He gets nauseous and vomits everywhere. That's nasty, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Each piece of land has a little pedestal, and each time, you'll have to say a platitude to Aegiomon, and he'll gag every time we do. There are always 2 choices of lines you can say, and one of them is wrong. If you don't get it right, Aegiomon won't barf, and instead express,
Darn, this isn't where I parked my Digibeetle.
He said the thing, I got that reference! Anyway, if you stray the path, you might come across chests and enemy Digimon, but eventually, you'll get back to the beginning of the area. Thankfully, the right platitude will be highlighted so you don't have to memorize each one if you don't get it right on the first attempt. The castle can be seen at the end of the area, although it's a bit high for us to reach. Aegiomon decides to give it a shot anyway, so we find the lamest compliment we can muster, and it's a success. Aegiomon made it, not without barfing everywhere though. There's a second area to travel, but it's more of the same, and across it lies Junomon's castle. Aegiomon notices the downed guards, confirming something's really going on. The guards aren't just down, they were brutalized, disappearing as soon as we check on them. Then, when we enter the castle, it's quiet. There's only Junomon on his throne, and when he gets up, we can see that he does not look well and is having quite the tantrum, which eventually turns into a fight. Right away, Aegiomon will notice the mists coming out of Junomon, confirming he's not doing well. He doesn't deal damage, only ailments, and seems to have low defenses and HP, but there's a catch. When he starts charging his attack, there are 4 weak points to break to prevent it. I'm never ready for this part. I always forget to equip attacks that hit all targets and never manage to break them all in time. They don't have much HP though, so with the right preparations, it can be done. Unleashing his power also heals him for 10,000 HP, and on the next turn will do his signature attack, Hell Slicer, for a lot of damage. And there's the gimmick. You cannot heal in this fight, as trying to heal will instead reduce your max HP and you cannot recover it. There are some items that will bypass the effect, but you won't be able to recover your max HP at all until the end of the fight. If you manage to break his focus when he charges, the boss will lose 10,000 max HP as well as skip his next turn. Gekomon's signature attack has a unique use in this fight. It will always confuse the boss, and if you don't remove the ailment before his next turn, he'll use heal on himself, reducing his max HP further. So while it's a challenging fight, there are ways to turn it around to your advantage and get the upper hand in the end. Before expiring, Plutomon seems to regain his mind, but too late as he is done for. It feels bad, as if there was something we could have done to prevent this. And right on time, the shadow appears, confirming there's something we didn't do right. Back at the theater, Mireille hints that those who live in darkness must be shown the way towards hope and not despair, expressing that while Aegiomon holds divine power, we are the one that was targeted for the Akashic vision from the start, hence why we don't need him to time travel. Then, it's time for the screening and Plutomon's story. Plutomon, the leader of the Titans, was once the ruler of Iliad. Once he was cast out by Chronomon, he made his way to the underworld and recreated a kingdom he could rule over in order to live quietly his timeless existence. Yet, one day, Junomon raised an army of titans and attacked Iliad, wanting to claim it for himself once more. This unprecedented aggression sent the world into chaos, creating infighting between Digimon. Brave souls descended into the underworld to confront Plutomon about the invasion, but all they found on arrival was but a shadow of the Digimon, drained of life, leaving only a husk on the throne. Was Plutomon really the one who ordered the Titans to attack? Our agent then gets transported back to the Dark Zone, and the Digimon roaming are now different than our first passage, a sign that things have changed. Gekomon's not here, but we can summon him by shouting an empty platitude. Since he doesn't remember we met, he gets mad and tries to attack only to be smacked around and forced to apologize. When we tell him about Plutomon, he cools down and says the same thing as when we first met. We team up once again and make for Plutomon's castle. The guards are still alive, which is a good thing, and not at the same time, but Gekomon will take care of this problem by leaping over them, permitting us to reach the throne room just in time to see the same Digimon from Central Town talk with Plutomon, saying he made great progress and calling him his puppet, then removing something ominous out of him, visibly affecting Plutomon. The evil Digimon then states that Chronomon's revival is close and decides to keep playing with the Underworld King, seeing he's not completely out of it, getting the Chrono Elixir out, the thing that will transform him into a zombie. Something's not right here. Why is the evil guy talks like he's working with Chronomon? Thankfully, we arrive just before he could administer it, disappearing the moment we make ourselves known. When we talk to Plutomon, he first asks what happened to the digital world. Huh? First, the dark figure makes Chronomon sound like a bad guy, then the supposed leader of the Titans doesn't remember a thing? Well, sure, we saw he was manipulated, fine. We explain the state of things to him and seems to understand better what's happening. Now that he knows we're related to Merukimon, he'll send us back to the surface with a message. The order of the world is at stake, and during the time he was manipulated, he came to know about the truth of the world. Everything that happened prior was a setup, and the mastermind is Chronomon. While he ruled the surface, Chronomon, with his power over time, came to decipher the Akashic records held deep in Iliad. However, his research led him to an uncomfortable truth. Despite his immense power, Junomon was but another cog in the machine, realizing that there was a being that ruled over him, the creator of the world and everything in it. That meant that the fate of all was already decided, that every choice made was scripted. This didn't sit well with Junomon, who decided to go to war with the being, gathering all the warriors from the digital world called the Titans against it. Unfortunately for them, the war was one-sided, the being easily overpowering them all. As punishment, Junomon was sealed in the Akashic records while the Titans were deemed traitors and banished to the underworld, now branded as evil. Steeped in bitterness as well, the only thing on Plutomon's mind during that time was to get control of the current, but his emotion aligned with Junomon's, who took advantage of them to slip in Plutomon's mind, controlling the underworld leader into waging a bigger war he ever wanted to, bending the truth of the conflict at the same time, meaning that Junomon was the real enemy all along. This conversation spent all of Plutomon's energy, so we'll go back to Marukimon and tell him what we just learned. Back to Central Town, we explain the situation to the leader who, after learning the truth, sends Venusmon to heal Plutomon, and it's done. He's safe. The reason for this immediate action was because if Plutomon were to croak then and there, the truth would have vanished alongside him. Well, what about us? We're then teleported in the in-between theater where an Akashic record makes the point about the information we've just uncovered, ultimately leading to the fact that Junomon's the actual threat, with Mirai adding that the egg Junomon left behind was also planned. That Aegiomon's development, his friendship with Inori and her loss, the war with Digimon and humans, all of it was part of the plan to create a demon born from despair. This means that if we want to heal the world, we'll first have to find Aegiomon and help him get over his emotions. Going back to Marukimon, we learned that even if Plutomon's free from Junomon's influence, some Titans still are and searching for a way to enter the human world, meaning that Junomon's intent is to trigger the Shinjuku Inferno, so we'll have to move where we can to prevent progress toward this result. Since Marukimon must stay in the city, we'll backtrack to Rebellion Village and talk to Dr. Simmons to see where we could be of use. Just before doing so, we're now at Agent Rank 7, enabling us to digivolve into our Mega forms. Those will be my team until the endgame, where I'll change them to their final form, so for now, please welcome our newly evolved team. Putting her up to speed, Simmons starts to see the bigger picture, understanding better about the gates opening all over the place. There's a new disturbance in the air, and public safety sensed it, probably trying to activate their weapon at that moment, moving towards the catastrophe we're trying to prevent. Simmons mentioned about a certain area in the lab even she was not allowed into, therefore suspecting that Digimon experimentation must be happening there. We'll go with the doctor and infiltrate the lab in order to find more clues and evidence that could prevent the activation progress and maybe save Digimon in the process. We'll move towards the security room, but as we enter, we notice that Digimon are patrolling the halls and no scientist can be found around either. Digimon here are all robots such as Datamon, Andromon, his Digivolution High Andromon, and Evemon amongst others. Oh, and Starbeelmon will accompany Asuna. It's formerly the Black Gatomon who bonded with her 8 years ago, now her bodyguard. She'll stay with her wherever she is, so if Asuna is moving with us, Starbeelmon will assist in fights. At the security room, Simmons confirms that there's really no personnel around, but there's a Digimon on camera. Oh, it's Volcanismon, and he's been captured. He's located in Section B of the lab, the area Simmons was not allowed into, so we'll need the necessary authorization to be able to get there. We then move to the server room where the doctor tries to update her ID, but it's more complicated than just pressing a couple of buttons. We need to search around for a supervisor's ID, putting us on a wild goose chase around the floor, while more Digimon will spawn at certain points of progress, mostly to entertain us. To find the necessary authorizations, we'll have to check computers, whiteboards, notes, and more. As we sniff around, security will tighten more and more, which is a good thing because ultimately, the data we need is on Aegiomon, so once we defeat it, we can bring the data to Simmons so she can update her ID, which naturally triggers more security, prompting us and Asuna to defend the room while the update is underway. It's a series of fights against robot Digimon, nothing we haven't seen in the lab. Once we deal with them, the ID will be updated, letting us in section B of the lab, where we can finally get to Volcanismon, who's out of his capsule, seemingly unconscious. Looking at the computer screen, Simmons confirms that the core of Volcanismon was installed in the huge mech, meaning that he's no more. We're too late. 30 minutes too late, to be precise. Poor Volcanismon. He was so eager to meet humans and exchange with them, especially figurines. Right on time, the shadow appears attracted by despair, sends us to the theater where we'll look at the next Akashic vision, then turn back the clock. Volcanismon, the master smith, had the ability to create anything he imagined. He had an uncanny interest in the human world, and with time came to visit it. He exchanged both friendship and knowledge with them, creating respect and bond between the two species. However, these times wouldn't last, and Volcanismon found himself captured by humans with ill intent, using his knowledge to create weapons used to harm other Digimon, eventually culminating into the creation of a massive weapon with the potential of annihilating all Digimon life. As a final blow, Volcanismon's life was sacrificed to power the weapon, turning his own good faith into an immense threat. Before leaving, Mirai warns us that she still senses the Dark Shadow, which means that time travel might not be available this time, and when we leave, we see the same horrific sight of Volcanismon's lifeless body. This might mean there's a piece missing before being able to turn back the clock, but a tremor is felt and Simmons thinks that it's the weapon being activated. We'll have to get out of here by the nearby elevator and go to the government building, the place the weapon is being transported to, by asking Pegasusmon, located on the roof of Inori's home, to bring us there. Once arrived, we can see the shadow moving around until we get to it. Then, it changes to its true form. Our friend Aegiomon. He's gripped by despair. As he explains, he tried and tried but never managed to save Inori. He traveled so many times in the past, influencing some of ours as we've seen, unraveling the truth about his existence in the process, having learned about Chronomon's true intent and his false Great Guardian role, understanding that all the conflict that happened was for his growth, to learn how to control and eventually master time traveling.
Play Chronomon's destined role. I'm just a spare part to help fulfill Chronomon's wishes. A component that grows more complete by the minute.
He then turns around and tells the agent that we are his.
You've already realized it too, haven't you? That you're my...
His what? Hey, don't turn back the clock, please! Tell me! Next thing we know, we're back at the theater with Mirai filling some of the plot holes Aegiomon left behind. He never was meant to be the one to protect the world. He is only another cog in the machine, only meant to inherit the power over time. Chronomon then set up the worlds to go towards despair, creating conflict between them, not caring who gets hurt in the process, only so he could get closer to his ultimate goal. Yet, there is something he didn't anticipate. Us. We have the power to rewrite the present and thus to reach Chronomon, so our ultimate goal is laid bare in front of us, to find and confront him and restore the despair he wrought. The agent reappears in front of the giant robot, still inactive, meaning that we went back in time. Entering the lab, we don't see any Digimon yet. Scientists are still here, so we might arrive just in time to save Volcanismon. We still have the ID card with proper authorization on us, so no need to wander around this time. We can enter section B without any problems and find our MVP still in his capsule. And still alive! As we approach, he senses our presence, but doesn't replace us for a moment, until it clicks and remembers we are Aegiomon. Wrong? He must be confused, being a test subject and all. Before we have time to get him out, Dr. Kuga, Simmons' previous assistant, enters the room, but when we say we're related to her, he flips out and flees in a fit of rage. This led us time to free Volcanusmon, who's thankful for our coming. We'll escape via the nearby elevator just like last time, only to be ambushed by Kuga in a mech, ready to properly fight us this time. He's intent on activating the robot and won't let us leave with his final piece. Hey, we're not fighting a Digimon this time. Dr. Kuga in a mech is a bit of a pain to get through. While he has low HP, his attacks are really annoying since he can debuff the accuracy of our team and his main attack has a high chance to paralyze. His grenade launcher attack will hit the party but is less powerful than his pulse gun, although 3 consecutive grenade attacks might be devastating somewhat. Volcanusmon will be a boon here, being unreasonably strong, provided his attacks hit, but when they do, they will hurt. Once at a certain HP threshold, Kuga will incorporate anti-Digimon ammo in his grenade launcher, making the move even more threatening but will stall him because of the recoil. After this though, it's time to hit him with all we've got. He won't stand in our way much longer. Humiliated yet once again, Kuga announces that despite not being at full power, the huge mech can still be activated, meaning that Volcanusmon's core wasn't necessary to begin with. For some reason, we let him escape, and right on time, Simmons calls and urges us to come to her as she heard public safety was about to launch their huge mech. Thing is, we're already here and prevented part of it. She asks us to stay there and we meet up, giving her our report on the elevator right up. She then takes the time to apologize to Volcanusmon on behalf of all the people who like and respect Digimon. While he has gone through hell, Volcanusmon's still open to the apology and will forgive them for the low price of 5 action figures. Won't gonna lie, that part made me giggle. Good to see he has not lost his whimsical attitude. He's a cool dude, alright. This makes him our 6th apostle, meaning we're halfway there. 6 more to go. We meet up again with Simmons in Rebellion Village leader room as she's heard troublesome news. Asuna managed to capture and question Dr. Kuga and learned an appalling truth. Someone handed him Digimon to test and experiment on. Not only that, it sounds like this person is actually a Digimon called Dianamon, who we have formerly known as Lunamon. What? That can't be possible. That's not the Lunamon we know. She's still stationed in the cosmic area and by the sound of things, Minervamon has disappeared too. Simmons will keep looking for clues on other leads in the meantime, so our next objective will be to visit the cosmic area and find out about what happened to our former friends. I like the lobby of this place, particularly the colors and layout. I think it's pretty neat. The guardians of the place are Wizardmon and Sorcerermon, whom we learned that both Dianamon and Apollomon make this place their domain, but are currently in a conflict and aren't talking to one another. Without Minervamon to play arbiter between the two, it's quite difficult to reach a consensus. When we tell the Guardians about Dynamon's wrongdoing, they outright reject the idea and turn hostile on the spot until a Pumpkinmon comes by, saying that he was searching for us? He says that we should be careful with our words, seeing how tense things are around here, and hearing we want to make the 2 former friends make up, he agrees and proposes to accompany us for the time being. Out of the 2, Pumpkinmon says that Apollomon is the one who has the most chances to hear us out, so we'll start by getting to him. We can use the switch in the lobby to change the domain we get to, and then take the elevator to reach said domain. As suspected, this place is scorching hot, being home to fire-based Digimon, or those who can withstand the heat, but that goes without saying. Moving through the area is uneventful except for fights, using elevators and calming rains of fire, claiming a heat seed in the process, an item that will help us navigate through the ice zone we'll visit in a moment. Pumpkinmon says that these seeds contain the concentrated power of fire, and when mixed with its counterpart called the chill seed, can create the power of a Big Bang, bringing out the legend of Alolamon, the Digimon born out of the powers of the sun and moon. Something went wrong here. Anyway, the end of the path is blocked, forcing us to backtrack to the ice zone and nab the chill seed in order to be able to get rid of that fiery rock. The heat seed will keep us warm despite the inhospitable cold, allowing us to move in this zone without restrictions. The heat seed can also be used to melt the ice here so we can get many treasures along the way and defrost some locked elevators as well. It takes a bit of work, but we eventually manage to melt enough ice to reach the chill seed, meaning we can go back to the heat zone and clear the path to Aegiomon, taking treasures as well now that we have the chill seed on us. There's still a bit of distance to go and we'll be confronted by Mud Frigimon descending the mountain in a last resort to try and stop us. Digi attacking them will get them out of the way, but if they touch you, you'll have to fight them. They're barely able to stand in our way though. At the top, a Aegiomon waiting for us as a last defense measure, but even this one can't hold down very long. This means we can finally meet Aegiomon, who's marinating in his bitterness. He doesn't let us talk, already knowing why we're here, and seeing we're not going to turn back, he gets mad and decides to force us to leave. Get your data, Digimon, ice and water skills ready, this fight's gonna get spicy. Aegiomon is a challenge, his strategy involving high attack power and relentless offensive. Even on resistant Digimon, his unique move Phoebus Blow will leave a mark. Be sure to have a healer ready to heal, or enough healing items if you don't. Once he uses the spirit skill, brace yourself. He'll temporarily increase his stats to charge an attack. What's worse, his enhanced speed will make him move faster, so if you don't have the proper cross art to circumvent your own lack of speed, you're going to get scorched. Oh, and while he charges, the air will get superheated, making our team take heavy passive damage. His charge bar is fortunately on the easier side to break with the right powers, but each time we break it, the orb will get stronger, meaning that the charge attack and passive damage will be even more dangerous next time he tries to use it. Pumpkinmon will pull his weight, having some good moves he can use, but I find his presence inconsequential personally. It takes some time, but we eventually manage to cool Aegiomon down. Now that his rage has been temporarily quelled, Aegiomon takes a good look at us and finally remembers who we are. Now that he understands we're aware of the rumors surrounding Dianamon, he says it's time for him to take care of her, as family should. Well, that's not what I had in mind, but Aegiomon doesn't stay in place and leaves for the chill zone. When he sees that a heat seed is missing, he reignites his rage and loses all sense of logic once more. This is bad, it's going towards tragedy again. In the ice zone, all enemy Digimon are already down, being hurt by Aegiomon passage, clueless about why he's acting like that. At least, thanks to him, he shattered the ice wall blocking passage to the throne room, which we were unable to melt with the heat seed, so there's that. Before catching up to him, we'll have to climb to the top of the area, being defended by Penguinmon the same way Mud Frigimon were in the heat zone. Once again, it's trivial, only there to lengthen the ascent. The last obstacle will be a Vikemon, but there are plenty in the ice zone, so it's nothing difficult to overcome, finally reaching our destination. Things are tense and uneasy, and the conversation does not go well. Aegiomon coming in guns blazing while Dianamon has completely shut down. Neither one is listening to the other, which, obviously, leads to physical confrontation. This is going to be another trial. Dianamon isn't a pushover either. Her intelligence stat is ridiculous and she's quite fast too, making her attack sting as much as being stung by 100 Asian hornets at the same time. Also being deftly able to put our whole team to sleep, so she's quite the menace alright. As if it wasn't enough, she'll use her sleep power just before charging her attack, so if you didn't equip some of your Digimon with sleep immunity attachment, you're in for a bad time. I know I was. Aegiomon abilities are limited, seeing he's disadvantaged by their typing, the silver lining being that you can make him stronger via character reversal, putting him in a much better position to assist. He can also raise the party attack and intelligence, while Pumpkinmon just exists. He can cure sleep, but won't use it as much as he should. Still, we power through and manage to pierce our high skull defenses. Now that both sides are properly exhausted, the tension drops and minds clarify. Aegiomon apologizes first, saying he was blind to Dianamon's suffering, finally asking her to tell him what's wrong. And that's all that was needed. She spills the beans and says that the order of providing Digimon to humans came from Junomon, saying that they would act as emissaries to make a positive contact with humans. Well, that's not the case, and Aegiomon realized it and told Minervamon, who decided to investigate and since then went silent. This sent Aegiomon into a downward spiral, resulting in her complete shutdown, not being able to tell who to trust, while Apollomon was oblivious to it all. After making up, they decide to go to Junomon's temple and talk to her, bringing us along with them. On arrival, we learn that Junomon never digested Aegiomon's decision to follow Inori, being lost to darkness ever since. But what exactly made her decide to sacrifice Digimon? Well, we're here to ask her, and ask her we will. Inside, Junomon's still here, but it's not a pretty sight. She's overwhelmed by despair. Our friends confront her about her decision, Aegiomon mentioning about the rumor that Apollomon joined the Titans, a thing he wasn't aware about, actually. Now that he thinks about it, he sent her messengers and never heard back from them, Aegiomon claiming that she never received one. So who could have been interfering behind the scenes? Pumpkinmon, that's who! He knew about the truth and decided to play little tricks here and there to spread confusion and doubt between the two halves. While he's been discovered, we've fallen into his last trick, making Junomon bind us with her chains, starting her Akashic vision. That was a direct way to introduce it. Wait, I'm not ready. I don't... Alright, fine. The Divine Oracle, Junomon. She was revered by many and loved them back in turn, but the most of her love was directed towards her future duty. The duty of raising the Great Guardian and show him the way to one day fulfill his destiny. The day arrived when she would finally meet Aegiomon, but the union was short-lived as the Titan invasion of Iliad forced their separation, closing the doors to the temple from that day forward, and no one heard from Junomon again. We wake up in a prison alongside our friends, fortunately. Pumpkinmon is still here, having a laugh at us, but his insults are short-lived as he gets completely destroyed by a blow from behind. But who is this? Tyrant Kabatarimon? Witchmon? Titamon in Tsunomon form? Talk about a surprise! They claim they're here on Plutomon's orders, since the conflict we're confronted to is way more serious than their petty squabbles, and we need to join forces to resolve it. We then hear the guards warn about our escape, putting the facility into lockdown mode to try and stop us. Just further the hallway, Junomon gets assaulted by the Aegiomon trio, who didn't realize he was their boss, leading to quite a funny scene. We can find Minervamon in one of the other cells, being detained along with some other titans. Aegiomon can't break it open, so we'll need to search around for the device and open it manually. As we're preparing to search, Clavis Aegiomon, the jail master, will appear and try to catch us. We defend ourselves, but it's clear he has some sort of advantage. We can't put the scratch on him. We'll have to struggle until Aegiomon puts him to sleep, then we'll be able to escape. The temple's blessing makes the jail master extra tough, meaning we can't fight him in the halls, so we'll have to scramble to make his search more difficult. In the ensuing chaos, we find and join forces with Titamon instead, who was left behind by his subjects but knows where to find the device we need to operate, so it's quite the fortunate turnaround. It's close by, but in order to use it, 2 more devices need to be unlocked before we can access the main one. Titamon also knows where they are and will guide us to them. The first device is located after a massive hallway, and when we deactivate it, it activates the defense mechanism, blocking our way back, but reuniting us with Witchmon, who managed to find her way to us just before. There's an eye on the ceiling we can attack to remove some of the walls, and the moment we do, Clavis Aegiomon will find us, only to be put to sleep by Witchmon. It doesn't work as well as before, forcing her to do it constantly to be effective a minimum, yet it's futile as the guard can teleport close to us as we try to escape. We'll need to find our way through the walls and smash the ice before Aegiomon gets to us. Once we're out of there, we'll cross the goofball trio being chased by another Clavis Aegiomon, probably the same one that can create many copies of himself thanks to the temple's blessing. No matter, they keep running, leaving us with the guard, and Witchmon doesn't have any MP left, prompting us to follow the Aegiomon. They're close by but got stuck behind the wall where the switch is apparently. This room's walls can be switched in 2 configurations when the device is struck, opening the way to our temporary friends and the second switch we need to activate in order to use the Gamma device. Just when we thought the way was clear, Clavis Aegiomon appears again, forcing the goofballs to stay behind and buy us some time. That's just what we needed to get to the device and activate it, opening the cells. Unfortunately, once we're back in the cell room, the one we want open has not, and even worse, we are surrounded by Clavis Aegiomon and his forces. We try to escape again to no avail. Aegiomon can just teleport to us, yet he shouldn't have this time. He teleported in a cell where the blessing does not extend, meaning that we now have the chance to knock him out of service. Well, it's hardly a boss fight now that he doesn't have his protection. Niles can tell you all about it. We're going to be slowed down due to the temple's blessing weighing on us, but honestly, that's the worst thing about this fight. We'll be accompanied by Titamon, Doraemon and Witchmon as if it was not enough. Just wail on the boss with Data Digimon, and he won't stand for very long. Now that he's weakened, Witchmon can put him to sleep proper and Titamon unleashes an unusual power, stopping time. He still has some of the abilities from when he absorbed Chronomon's power and can still use them a minimum, activating it for us to use the lever and close the jail cell, putting Clavis Aegiomon out of commission for good. We'll see you back in Kingdom Hearts. Now, we can deal with the rest of the temple forces, but no we don't, the freed titans did it for us. Now we can finally check out how to open Minerva's cell. There doesn't seem to be anything we can do until Apollomon and Dianamon join forces together and manage to break it open, freeing our friend at last. It's good to see her again, but it feels like she's shrunk in size next to the former kids. Now that the deed is done and the other titans are freed, Titamon's job is done, and after sincere farewells, their group leaves the temple for the underworld. Our part's not done yet. Now that Minervamon's freed, we can go back to Junomon and confront her proper this time, while Apollomon and Dianamon will go back to Central Town to announce the success of their operation. Confronting Junomon, she addresses us as if we were Aegiomon, still being completely out of it since he decided to go with Inori 8 years back. She's stuck in her despair seeing how much she cared about him and how hurtful it was when he rejected her. She's not receptive and only focuses on her pain, so if we want her to listen to us, we'll have to knock some sense back into her, no way around it. Right at the start, Minervamon will address us as the Great Guardian, but we are not Aegiomon. Why is everyone talking to us as if we were? We don't have time to ask. Junomon is really clingy and needs to calm down first. The temple's blessing is still working against us, and this time it might be a bit more bothersome. Junomon's form is extremely adept at magic, so most of her attacks will be dangerous. Since her type is virus in this form, you know what it means. It's vaccine time. Or reverse datas, it works as well. As the fight goes on, the temple's power will get stronger, reducing our stats and sealing items just before Junomon starts to charge an attack. It's very likely she'll get it the first time and it's devastating, even if blocked, so be ready for it. You can completely negate the attack by either having a strong darkness resistance or reflect it via magic reflect. Just don't mix the two because as being showed, you can't reflect attacks you negate. I didn't talk about them, but magic and physical reflection are two very useful skills to have on hand as they can return any attacks compatible to their sender, also working against charge attacks, so if you can't avoid it, there are many other ways to defend against them. Junomon is weak to plant and light attacks, or take advantage of her lightning and darkness resistances if you have character reverse. As her health goes down, so too will your stats as the temple's effect will get stronger and stronger, and it might put you in a bad spot considering our items are sealed. Still, the crossart that enhances your stats can temporarily cancel the temple's effect, and Junomon's charge attack bar will reduce considerably the more she uses it, giving you a chance to retaliate and reduce her scary magic stat. It's going to be a long fight, but with the proper skills and stats, it's feasible. Once we deal with her, Junomon screams and lets out an orb of darkness, the same one we've seen back when we saved Plutomon. This means she was manipulated and controlled by that evil Digimon we keep seeing, and he disappears again without saying a word. At least, Junomon seems back to normal, now freed from the nightmare she was stuck in whilst being manipulated. Just like Plutomon, her feelings were her weakness, letting the evil Digimon slither in her consciousness and take control of her negative emotions, being stuck like that ever since. But she could see the truth. Chronomon's no hero. Since being confined in the Akashic Archives, the only thing he dreamt of was to be freed from the higher being and the bindings of fate. One way to free himself was by self-destruction, but the being did not allow it. In order to make his wish come true, he created an egg containing a future replacement, another gear that would act as his demise and his replacement. Then, make him go through certain events to lure him into becoming who Chronomon wanted him to be, in order for Aegiomon to rise to his expectations. Freeing Junomon gives us 4 new apostles, Dianamon, Apollomon, Minervamon, and herself, making us even closer to our end goal. 2 more apostles to go. However, as Mireille says, the current power is useless without Aegiomon, and we won't be able to make him come back to his senses until Inori is saved. Since she was lost to time and space, it will be difficult to get her out of here, but with the current chaos ongoing, it might just be the thing we need to get to her. So it's time. We're going to get our friends back. We meet up with the Digimon leaders back in Rebellion Village, where Junomon explains the truth of the false hero to the others, still addressing us as if we were Aegiomon, but we're not. Aren't we? Anyway, the conclusion of this conversation is that we'll have to eventually make Aegiomon and Chronomon meet at the Akashic Records. Merukimon states that the war isn't over, as a part of the Titans are still controlled by Chronomon, and we learn from our human friends that a huge mech has been activated, which we all know their clash will lead to the Shinjuku Inferno. Simmons comments on how despicable this creation is, stating how Dr. Yuki would never approve of it either. This is the perfect time to tell her we're his adopted offspring, but her reaction isn't the one we were expecting. Her reply hits like a truck. What? He's from Agent Alpha, an anime? Then why did we think he was our adoptive father? Even our operator stated as such many times. Simmons explained the plot of the anime, and it's exactly what we remember as reality. What's going on here? Plus, with the Digimon addressing us as Aegiomon, it's as if our existence never happened. It's mind-boggling. I'm a bit oblivious in regards to plot twists in games, and this one got me full stop. And best of all, there are more revelations to uncover soon. Junomon continues, saying that the robots humans constructed are made mostly with Digimon structural data she provided them, and that it's not in human control anymore, as Chronomon managed to get a hold of it, so he's in full control of the conflict, pushing to make the forces clash, while in reality, it's just another part of his plan, as it's a means to bring Aegiomon to him. We'll have to make contact with our friends, and luckily, Junomon can send us to him. Once we are prepared, we get in the portal, ready to face Aegiomon. We're transported in a space where we can hear Aegiomon reminding himself of his failure, essentially closed-minded, refusing to meet us and flinging us away. We wake up in the human world, with the robot activated and looking right at us, while we're still being groggy from our time traveling. It manages to get a shot in, launching us in the air. Aegiomon swoops in to catch us, but all turns white. So many random scenes, so many questions. Thankfully, our operator will explain everything. We aren't really human. While that's why we were mistaken for the Great Guardian, we're not Digimon either. We are a unique being created by the god of this world. Homeostasis is her full name. Chronomon's plan was starting to upset the balance between worlds, and in response to this threat, we were the answer. our goal is to erase all threats to order and reinstate the natural law. During our creation, Aegiomon, or his dark form, was chosen as a base. Since he was scattered across timelines, he had many iterations, and our base was chosen from one of those. The reason Aegiomon was chosen for our form was twofold. First, Homeros did not want to intervene directly in the world, and second, because of Aegiomon's disruption of time, this was a problem in itself, and the higher being tasked him with righting his wrongs, and us being based on him and helping towards that goal, made it so it's like him helping himself in a sense. The core was chosen, but what about our appearance and memories? The mission we thought we had and our operator guiding us? Nothing of it was real. All was chosen by Aegiomon because, you see, the dark shadow chosen as base wished for it to be. He wanted us to be created with his memories, the memories of an Aegiomon who wanted to bring Inori's brother back, that even tried to take his place. Doing this, he learned about the brother's memories, particularly about his love for the character of a certain anime. We were designed with these memories, and as such, this explains in turn why we were mistaken as him and why our memories were based on the anime. However, his meddling with time and the numerous dark shadows he scattered about brought the stop of proper time flow, and only by removing them all will make time move forward again. Then, he finally reappears before us, our friend, our creator, ourself. We need to make him face the music, that one of his shadows is actually behind the Shinjuku Inferno, that since he lost Inori and gone back in time, the world couldn't move forward anymore, and because of that, he now understands that all we went through in this adventure is because of his own actions. But it's not the end of the world just yet. There is still something he can do, but he has difficulties to come to terms with that outcome. If he restarts the flow of time, the shadows will disappear, and since we're created from one, this means we'll probably cease to exist too. It's okay, it's part of our job, and all to restore equilibrium. In that moment, Aegiomon accepts his duty and recalls his shadows unto him, keeping us for last. And when we do, it unleashes a powerful energy, transforming us into his true form, Jupitermon. Now that time has started moving again, all the energy Sirenmon gathered unleashes, fusing her with the World Tree, creating Ceresmon and finally reuniting all 12 apostles, Ceresmon and Jupitermon being the last pieces of the mural, completing it and enabling the full power of the current onto Jupitermon now that the stage is set. The whole crew meets on the back of Ceresmon, where Jupitermon makes a little speech, speaking of how it took some time, but he saw the light thanks to the agent's support, now ready to face Chronomon along with his apostles, creating the League of Iliad's new protectors. The last obstacle is now the human robot, controlled by Chronomon, and all is ripe to face him. Returning to the human world, Jupitermon opens the portal, but instead of launching his fist, creates a lightning strike that cancels the robot's accumulation of power, instead of adding his own, officially preventing the Shinjuku Inferno and confirming time is back on track. As he says, Digimon destroyed enough of the human world and asked the Anemon and Apollomon to fuse into Grace Novamon and create a space where we'll be able to fight the robot without causing further casualties. Once created, Jupitermon then goes in close to the robot and manages to grab him by the tail and zit right in the provided pocket dimension, ready to destroy it once and for all. While it seems like a boss fight, it's actually on rails, so enjoy the kaijus punching and sending lasers at one another until we get the better of him. Despite this, we spend so much energy that we diffuse into our two halves, but the intensity of the fight also created ruptures in time and space. And then, we hear her voice. We found Inori.
Inori, she's inside!
We search in the rift. Get a hold of her. Pull, and... she's safe and sound.
Inori!
No time to celebrate. The pocket dimension is unstable, and we get thrown out of it. Once we wake up, we're in a weird space with Apollomon and Dianamon on fuse too. But the best of it all, Inori is there with us. After all this endeavor, these emotions, Aegiomon successfully brought her back, although she does not remember much. It's as if we got her out of there the moment she went in. Well, not really, as we have a manifestation of all her memories trapped in there during that time, a thing that Aegiomon absorbs, letting all her thoughts and feeling while trapped flow into him, unlocking one last form for Aegiomon. Now, the space we are in might be a bit shattered, but beyond the light we see in the distance lies the Akashic Records, our actual destination. This means the endgame officially started. Before we can make a step, the evil Digimon who manipulated some of our friends reappear, revealing that it was a manifestation of Chronomon's conscience, assuring that events were going the way he wanted. His liberation is now close, but he's still a cog in the machine, as he says, and must obey his duty to protect the Akashic Records from intruders. One final confrontation will be necessary, and in order to fill this duty, Chronomon's conscience fuses with the robot, using it to manifest a physical form, ultimately wanting us to destroy him for good. Now, how do we cross this place and get to the other side? Well, remember that Aegiomon from the prologue? Here he is again for some reason. Before talking to him, another familiar face is here, Shotakaroi. He was still in the robot when he lost control of it and got thrown out during the ensuing battle. A nearby Tapiromon managed to rescue him when he thought he was done for, throwing all his previous opinions about Digimon down the drain, putting himself in an awkward and shameful predicament. Nice to see he had the change of heart, even if it's a bit late. Now, for the Aegiomon ride, it goes as well as you'd expect. The same problem happens at about the same time, forcing him to make an emergency landing. It's not really a problem, as he got us to Plutomon, who's going to take charge of bringing us farther. But before that, the three hosts have a special thing to announce, leading us to make a pit stop at the in-between theater. There, the hosts will give us one more gift, the power to go back in time and visit all the places we've been to, also allowing us to do all the quests we might have not done yet. Not only that, a bunch of new quests are also added to the list. If you try to do some, you'll unlock even more. These late game missions are super rewarding, and some of them require you only to go talk to certain Digimon, helping you raise your agent rank, unlocking the Mega Plus stage of Digivolution at level 8, and more unique or extra Digivolutions at level 9 and 10. Needless to say, it's all to prepare you for the final fight, but that's the extent of how much I'll talk about them. It's time to wrap the story. Right after some off-screen training and rebuilding my team into new forms so that I could elevate them or get them to the next level. Alright, let's get back to Plutomon and start the last stretch of the game. Now, Plutomon states that since Chronomon fused with the Akashic Records, the system sees us as intruders and will make endless minions spawn based on memories past and future to face us until we are defeated. In order to reach the end, our allies, starting with Plutomon, will hold the line so we can defeat the enemies blocking our path. With the help of Gekomon, we'll descend on the battlefield and give a helping hand to the goofball trio who are still raring to go. Barbamon will be our first obstacle, being accompanied by Skullgreymon and Infermon, who will respawn constantly. On our side, Gekomon and the Ogremon team will help us, the Ogremon switching after each one attacks.
Oh no!
Barbamon's unique moves are to watch out for, one being very strong and his other can put chaos on our team, an enhanced version of confusion. Nevertheless, my new team can do pretty heavy damage, Badger and Dante especially. At half health, Barbamon will use character reversal on himself, reversing his weakness to light and vaccines into resistances. I wasn't bothered and went with it, but you could use the technique again on the boss to just cancel it and not have to switch your team around. The boss's low HP will be his Achilles heel. As much damage he can do, he cannot take it. Now that the biggest piece is down, Plutomon is ready to take care of the rest as he gathered enough power. Aegiomon gets us and our allies out of the way just in time to avoid being caught in the blast, leading a devastating blow to the enemies. Before moving on to the next part of the stage, always look around and check if there's any chests lying around. They contain good items and gear that might bring some last-minute tweaks to your configuration. We can spot our next destination from our position and will need Aegiomon talent to get us there. He's a bit reluctant at first, but he quickly changes his mind, saying something so cringe himself we don't even have to. That leap took a toll on him, so he'll take the time to recover while we press on and assist Marsmon, who's protecting Pegasusmon from the forces of Creepymon, or Bean's former form. Before facing the boss, we'll need to face a Chimeramon and Machinedramon team, which are quickly discarded aside. But there's an awful lot of enemies to deal with, isn't it? It would be nice to have a bit more help, and a bit more we get. Callismon appears looking better than ever and ready to help his little brother carry his duty. However, their conversation gives time for the enemy to prepare, DNA digivolving the minions into Millenniummon and letting Creepymon take the front stage. This fight is even easier than the Barbamon one. Creepymon has so low health he never had time to bare his fangs at us. In contrast to the previous minions, the Millenniummon are supposed to be stronger, being able to act 3 times after getting to a certain amount of HP, yet they're weak to ailments like sleep and paralysis, and along with the brother's help, there's no real difficulty here. During the downtime between attacks, we assist to the brothers' proper reunion. Callismon mentioning Venusmon never gave up on treating him, eventually successful on healing his mind. Knowing enemies are fast approaching, Callismon decides to stay behind and buy his time, planning to give up his life as a way to repair us for all we've done to him, which obviously upsets Marsmon, but the older brother insists, prompting the younger to take the decision to stay with him and ensure they'll get out of it together instead, reigniting their fighting spirit. Next stop is in the forest, with Bacchusmon being stuck because of Chronomon's wing blocking the way, and the leader turned to the bottle in the meantime. He could get us out of here, but he's hungry and can't muster the strength to get the obstacle out of the way. There are fruits here we can go and fetch for him, and we'll need 3 different kinds to make him move his butt and destroy the wing. The Palmon company will help us get to the fruits, but that doesn't mean everything will go perfectly. Once we get to the 3rd fruit, we'll be ambushed by Lilithmon and Cerberusmon, so a fight will be necessary before fulfilling our mission. This will be another uneventful fight. While the duality of their types might bring a bit of trouble, Lilithmon is yet another virus weak to the light elements, just like the other 2 bosses before her, so it simplifies the strategy. At the end of the first turn, we'll get even more support from Lotosmon, Rosemon and Griffomon, all fired up to face the threat with us. They'll be of great help dealing with Cerberusmon while the boss's health gets down. Once again, her unique attack is quite powerful and can poison, but that's the only thing she can do that's really to watch out for. Now, with the last fruit in Bacchusmon's stomach, he gets up and powers through the wing, letting us pass to the next part. Before that though, Dr. Simmons will call and let us know that the situation in the human world is rapidly getting worse. Expanding rifts are appearing all over and are getting bigger, pushing us to hurry further before the whole world disappears. We'll travel underwater via Waymon, where Neptunemon's army is struggling against the enemy. Venusmon's got her hands full treating the injured, so Inori offers to help her while we go and help Digimon who are still fighting. We'll go around helping and treating as many Digimon groups as we can and receiving help from unusual ones. Titans will come and help the warriors of the Abyss, some of them we helped when they were imprisoned at Junomon's temple. Eventually, we reach and treat everyone, permitting us to go to Neptunemon's location, able to properly focus on the fight now that his army has been tended to. Hey, look at that, it's more the same! The slight difference this time, Leviamon is alone and the most powerful of enemies we've faced yet. While his bite attack is moderate in damage and not very accurate, his tail swing is far from a joke. Venusmon's healing will carry our team so we can focus on attacking and deal huge amounts of damage. While the biggest piece is down, enemies keep appearing, putting us on the back foot despite our victory. Thankfully, Inori's done with treatment on her side, and all Digimon, both Titans and Abyss denizens, are fully healed and ready to join the fray, giving our group the opportunity to advance. There's a gate Junomon created we need to pass through, and before we do, we get an update from Simmons' side, and it's a good one. They are on an evacuation mission and receive news that DSAT and Digimon from Rebellion Village have joined them on their operation, as once they received word of Kurai's life being saved by a Digimon, Kosuke immediately apologized to them, prompting them to join the rescue effort. That's great news. Hearing conflicts being resolved bring wins to our sails, helping us keep the offensive on our side. Next section is with Junomon and Volcanismon, the former having created a portal to get to Chronomon and the latter built an invisible bridge to get to it. Before its completion, some rogue Tsumemon stole important batteries necessary to finish the bridge, so we'll need to find our way to the little thieves and get the batteries back. We can make the walkable area temporarily appear with our scan feature, making the job simpler than it seems. Once we get to all the Tsumemon, the Kokuwamon will be able to activate the mechanism, making the bridge appear. But oh no, another boss appears, we'll need to take care of it before passing the portal, no. I'm running out of things to say about these bosses as they're so similar to one another. Loosemon's unique attack can insta-KO Digimon hit by it, making it quite dangerous, but on the other hand, Junomon can apply deadly poison, and while the boss will use character reversal on itself, that will make Volcanismon unreasonably strong, making this battle almost play itself while we revive our team. Alright, one more boss down. We get another update from Simmons, this time being accompanied by Hiroko, who pestered her so she can talk to Inori, making her promise to come back, still hung up on making her watch her anime. Good to see she's still full of energy. Passing the portal brings us to Minervamon, Dianamon, and Apollomon defending themselves against waves upon waves of enemies. We're closing in on the Akashic Vision and resistance is ramping up. To get rid of them, Dianamon and Apollomon will need to charge up power and destroy the gate, meaning our agent and Minervamon will protect them from enemies during that time. Everything goes well until the end, where another boss appears ready to get in our way. Spoiler alert, he gets wiped. The mix of skills I use made him extra weak against my toolset, permitting me to deal huge amounts of damage in little time. Now that's done, the duo can now join their powers and send it towards the gate, destroying it and opening the path to the next part. We will go on ahead while our friends defend the area, waiting for the rest of the crew before joining us for the final battle. With a last chat with Simmons, we enter the gates to reach... seems like Central Town, but only in part? No music, no residents. It's ominous. Looking around, we can see a Digimon, or the master of this space. This is Belphemon, and we're under his spell, lost in what you could see as his domain expansion. Attacking him only makes him disappear, but when we change space, he always reappears no matter the number of times we attack him. But keep doing it, it's going to be to our benefit. Eventually, we're going to move in circles between spaces, finding Nanimon stuck here as well, and Marukimon slowly being able to enter in contact with us, telling us to look for a discrepancy or anything different in one of them to escape. Turns out, there's two doors in one of these spaces, one bringing us to a different place where Nanimon is telling us to stay away, but he's not really talking to us. Belphemon's in the room as well and pounces the moment we get close enough. This boss is supposed to be in two phases, but if you attack Belphemon enough times while trapped, you can skip the first part altogether. I actually never faced this phase, but the second one is where it gets real. This is the most balanced boss we've faced yet. Having the most amount of HP, a more reasonable attack power, but being able to spam his unique skill if he so wishes. Nanimon won't help at all and be a general pain, but he can take a hit. There's no denying that, so he'll act as our decoy to contribute to a minimum. Eventually, Marukimon will locate us and join the battle, giving us the helping hand Nanimon doesn't want to give, even leading to an argument between the two. Extra help or not, we'll still manage to overcome the enemy, ending the nightmarish scenario. Thanks to Marukimon's intervention, we can now get back to reality right in front of Chronomon, meaning we finally are at the end of our journey. We're on Ceresmon's back, circling around him, and all our friends are here. This is the last call to turn back and do the rest of the side quest if you found the previous bosses difficult, but I'm good. I'm ready to face the last challenge. End of view. Once Aegiomon gives the order, the 11 apostles move out and surround the field that will become the place where the last battle takes place. Get ready for a huge fight. Chronomon wants us to destroy him, but since he has been fused to the system, he's forced to fight us and erase the agent from existence, the true anomaly. First thing he'll do is a technique called Rejection of All Order, which enhances all his resistances and Miracle of Oblivion, preventing all parties from charging CP, so no crossards for us. The apostles will also take a turn fighting with us, starting with Minervamon. There's nothing that can be done yet. Chronomon will start monologuing about who he is until he's done and uses the move Confusion onto Despair, which will hurt a great deal. At that point, a cutscene will start where a shooting star will appear, a direct action made by the hosts, who, while they stated they don't want to interfere with the worlds they look after, make an exception seeing what's at stake. This shooting star is Omnimon, the same one who helped us at the very beginning of our adventure and knocks the enhancements off of Chronomon. You can extend the attack animation if you've done the King Drasil side quest at the end of the game, showing all the knights of the round. Now the real fight can begin, and we can hit the boss for normal damage, while it will start using more damaging moves as well. We'll get support from different apostles to help our endeavor, until we deal enough damage, and Chronomon cancels it all by turning back time. What gives? He'll then use Confusion onto Despair again, which will trigger an apostle switch. This will go on for a while, but see that glowing bar down the screen? Each time our helpers get exhausted, this bar will fill, meaning that's our actual objective. As it fills though, Chronomon will get more aggressive, making it a bit more difficult each time new apostles take the field. After Plutomon and Junomon's turn, the boss will use a unique attack called Chrono Devolution. This will make our team devolve to their baby form, putting us in a tough spot. But if Chronomon can use his time powers, Aegiomon can interfere with them. Dianamon and Apollomon will act as our shield while we slowly get our powers back, while Ceresmon will support us in some way. Well, Chronomon loses his first health bar at that point, so we'll say it's thanks to her. Once everyone is back to their rightful form, the boss will use the Loathsome Fates move, prompting Apollomon and Dianamon to shield us from it. The power of this move makes our friends falter, but look up there! Minervamon and Ceresmon come in clutch and tackle Chronomon, defusing the attack. Minerva will then take her sibling's place once more, having recovered after her first turn, feeling a bit guilty letting them do all the work. Unfortunately, that moment let Chronomon get the upper hand on Ceresmon, putting her out of commission and shortening our downtime. Have heart though, this is the final stretch of the fight. The apostle bar is almost there, we only need Minerva's power to fill it in full. She'll take the place of the duo, now properly fired up, and digivolves into a new form, Minervamon. She comes with new and powerful abilities, ready to kick ass and look badass doing so. From this point on, there's no more distractions, we're getting that health bar down. As a last resort, Chronomon will try to charge his Loathsome Fate attack, and while he managed to trigger it, it wasn't enough to stop us, and we break through, putting the boss on the back foot. Minervamon's energy is then added to the Apostle bar, activating a unique cross art involving all apostles, creating a power well. We then digivolve into Jupitermon, take all the power gathered, and with one well-aimed shot, destroy Chronomon for good, finally fulfilling his wish. The tension in the air suddenly drops. We don't sense any aggression from Chronomon anymore. No, instead, he sounds genuinely thankful that we've managed to break the chains binding him to the system.
Shackles of natural law which imprison this body, long at last.
His death is just around the corner, and he welcomes it with open arms.
This is it. My true desire. Freedom.
However, his disappearance left a rift behind now that the Keeper is gone. The fabric of time is breaking apart, and if no action is taken, the damage done will be worse than the Shinjuku Inferno. And as much as he doesn't want to make Inori sad, Jupitermon knows what he must do.
The words. Thank you. Just as Chronomon wished. The Keeper of Time is now no more.
But she's not dumb either. She understands where it's going. Since the Keeper of Time is gone, a new one is needed, which was also part of Chronomon's plan, and since Jupitermon is born from him, he is the next one in line for duty.
Keeper of Time. I must take on that role myself, in Chronomon's place. And I have the power to do so. Even if I am bound by the chains of natural laws.
A cog in the machine?
That is what Chronomon planned all along. The very reason I was born. Maybe the higher being heard Chronomon's wish and accepted it.
Even though Inori doesn't want to let us go, creating an unexpected but equally powerful
To
scene.
lead us to this future. Our one and only future.
No! Don't do this to me, Aegiomon! Don't leave me like this! I don't want to lose anyone anymore. I'm sick of it!
Don't cry, Inori. Time exists everywhere in the world. In other words, I will always be by your side. So this probably isn't such a bad thing. I will always be watching over you. I will always be praying
With a
for
final
your
thank you,
happiness.
Jupitermon disappears in the rift, fulfilling his ultimate destiny.
And finally, thank you, Inori, on that day, at that place, for finding me when I had just hatched.
Inside the records, we and Aegiomon unfuse, him saying that he can take it from here. He'll restore the world so that the gate will never open.
I can handle the rest by myself. In the next world, I'll make sure that the gate doesn't open. That'll make it so the war never happened. So then, all the things she lost should be back to normal.
But what about us?
At the very least,
Aegiomon had a plan. While he won't be there
want
to
you
watch
to
over
watch over
Inori
her
anymore,
closely.
we can still do it.
I know it's selfish of me
So,
to ask,
while he
but
goes on
you-
and fulfill
you
his duty
definitely
as keeper,
understand how I
he
feel,
leaves us
right?
behind with the selfish demand to watch over
Because
Inori
after
for
all,
him, officially
you are
disappearing
the other
forever.
me.
This was a tale of two worlds. The world of humans and the world of Digimon. As a result of the two worlds converging, Aegiomon met a human girl. By living among the humans, he learned of their kindness and formed a deep bond with them. But meanwhile,
Junomon was sowing the seeds of chaos that would guide the world to certain destruction. Aegiomon learned of his destiny to become the Great Guardian and rose up to face the challenge of protecting the world. However, during a battle, the girl disappeared into the ether. To rescue his companion, Aegiomon awakened the power over time that lay dormant within him. But in a tragic chain of events, he lost control over his power and set the world on a path to ruin, all according to Junomon's machinations. Aegiomon fell into a deep despair from his failure to save his partner and from causing the destruction of the world. But fortune smiled upon the Great Guardian and offered him another chance. This time, Aegiomon used his mastery over time unselfishly and changed the tragic fate of Iliad's champions. Together, the 12 warriors awakened their true power as Iliad's protectors, found the girl, and vanquished Junomon once and for all. However, even his demise at the hands of the Olympus 12 was part of Junomon's grand design. I will take the place of the Keeper of Time. Despite knowing what that would entail, Aegiomon was resolute. He wished for the girl's happiness and sought to return everything she had ever lost to her, by offering the time they spent together as a cost. The gate connecting the two worlds had closed, once again separating them. Though his partner was now a world apart, Aegiomon would continue to watch over her, forever, as he promised.
Fast forward a bit, we can see Hiroko's anime playing on the big screen and a young boy running around until we see a familiar device. The boy, full of energy, is attracted by it, pestering the person holding the device until Inori appears and scolds him a little. She looks at us to apologize, but stares a bit, as if she knew who we were, not only reuniting us all together, but confirming Aegiomon fulfilled his main objective, to reunite Inori with her family, able to watch over them through the eyes of the agent. This ends the story of Digimon Story Time Stranger. What's my opinion on it? It's a marvelous game filled with so much to do, all the while being fun to traverse from beginning to end. The game is not only being friendly with newcomers, but also filled to the brim with other Digimon references which older fans will be able to find lots of. From the classic Digimon World titles to other less well-known games, it feels as if they respected all their fans. They aren't shy about giving them fan service either, showing that the series isn't ashamed about its character design, another refreshing decision in the gaming sphere at the moment. The story is fun to follow, and while it's a bit mind-boggling here and there, the full picture makes sense in the end. The gameplay, while a bit shallow, offers a wide array of decisions on the player end, making each adventure different than the previous, encouraging exchanging with others to see who picked what Digimon during their time. The mechanics give a lot of options as well, from training to moves and equipment, not forgetting the many qualities of life battle offers so that anyone can feel comfortable tackling the many obstacles in their way. It's also fun to try out the many Digimon available since they all offer a little something different, while having nice visuals unique to each. Even similar looking Digimon have different special moves. So if you're tired of Pokemon and willing to try something new, Digimon Story Time Stranger might be right down your alley. I'd even say it's one of the few games that's worth paying the full price for, seeing how much time you can put in it without feeling the sunk cost fallacy. Anyway, that's all I have to say. I wanted to finish this video for the end of the year, but unfortunately for me, holidays and procrastination won. After losing 18 hours of my first recording and having to correct 9 more, it killed my momentum. Oh well, I still got it out not too late afterwards, so there's no real defeat here. I'm getting better at managing my own time, able to put more hours in video creation than I could before, as I'm still doing this hobby part-time and having fun is a must for me to feed my motivation. Videos this long might be tough to watch in full, even in many settings. I don't really have the place, gear or skills doing me any favors. but I'm working on my own toolset and can feel the potential growing slowly and surely, just as I like best. So, no matter how the video performs in the end, I'm happy to have done it. But if you're one of the 4 people having reached this point, thank you sincerely. I think you're as cool a dude Volcanismon is. And with that, I'm going to brainstorm my next video idea. Thanks for watching, and until then, take care.